type of session. Once again, here's Navin with more Connection Zone experiences to add to your backpack.
Hello everyone, Navin Chand here with more ways to get the most out of your time here at Microsoft Build. This time, we're pulling back the curtain and shining a light on Ask the Experts, one of our most popular Connection Zone experiences. Taking a moment away from planning these sessions is Alex O'Donnell. Alex, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Excellent. So, why do you think Ask the Experts are so popular?
Oh, I like it, Navin. Starting with the easy ones. All right. So look, I think we can all remember the day where we have an event in person and they present some great content and then attendees would sort of, rush to the front of the speaker desk and have all these questions and all this dialogue with speakers. And that's the great mark of great content, I think, when there's great questions provoked from it. But we realized it would be such a disservice in the digital world to just have 5 minutes Q&A at the end of every session. These are sessions in their own right. So we want to give as much time as we can and fit in as many questions as we possibly can manage to answer in the time allotted. Fingers crossed.
It's funny. I was one of those people that would be waiting at the front of the stage in live events.
So for planners like us, you were the logistical nightmare, because I remember times where there were so many questions, we needed the room back and we had to sort of move people on. But the great thing in the digital world is, hey, this is all in Microsoft Teams. So we can just kind of spin up more Ask the Experts. So we'll do as many as we can, even for people like you with a lot of questions.
And that's the thing, we would crawl ourselves into the show floor or the expo floor and be able to have those face-to-face interactions. And I love Ask the Experts being that moment to kind of fill that need. And so I'm very thankful for those Ask the Experts sessions. They're all wonderful. But, what happens if I miss them?
Well, you mean you've got a better offer or something? Or are you like me and that you're probably double, triple booked and, you're spoiled for choice? So yes, we recognize that you can't probably be in multiple places at once because, you're good, but you're not that good. So yes, we're proud to say that, of course, it's all about the live, but every Ask the Expert session, all recorded, all available on demand, watch at your leisure.
Amazing stuff. Alex, thank you so much. Head on over to the Connection Zone tab at the top of the page and navigate to Ask the Experts. If you can't attend them live, just add them to your backpack for later. Ask the Experts. Dive deeper, learn more. It all happens in the Connection Zone.
Big thanks to Navin for showing us just a few of these exclusive opportunities awaiting you in Connection Zone. And big thanks to everyone leading those Ask the Experts and table topic sessions, including partners like Intel, Launch Darkly, NVIDIA, and F5. If you want additional content from these and other valued partners, visit the Featured Partner Showcase, where you'll find SDKs, code samples, giveaways, and more. If you're just joining us, I am Tiernan Madorno, and I'm here to help you get the most of your time here at Microsoft Build. We want to show you how to discover more of what matters to you. As we head into another packed day of live sessions, we want to help you choose for yourself which ones you should add to your schedule and which ones you should save to your backpack for later. And along the way, if you end up finding more content from our on-demand catalog, bonus! Let's hit refresh on our 5 core themes and dive into the next one. Gain agility with an integrated data platform. Your session scheduler is how you'll narrow down to the content under this theme, filtering out all but the breakouts and on-demand sessions on how you can achieve agility with a trusted, integrated data platform with hybrid and multi-cloud capabilities. Learn more about the breakouts you can attend live by browsing through each abstract. Or you can simply sit back and relax as the session leaders give you their own quick preview right now.
Hi, I'm Bob Ward, Principal Architect on the Azure Data Team. Join me to learn about how you can benefit from the latest innovation across SQL Server 2022, Azure Synapse, and Azure SQL Database.
Hello, my name is Daniel Moth, and I lead the amazing team of PMs working on Azure Machine Learning. Join us for our breakout session, Scaling Responsible MLOps with Azure Machine Learning. We will go deep into our Azure ML platform with action-packed demos. See you there.
Join us for a session on building hybrid and multi-cloud data-driven applications with Azure Arc. We have new product announcements, lots of technical demos, and a deep dive on product architecture.
Thank you so much for joining us. We have some exciting announcements of Power BI, a monster announcement, probably the biggest upgrade we've made to Power BI in years. You have to check it out.
Find those live breakouts and add them to your backpack now. And while you're in the session scheduler, filtering by the same core theme, check out the on-demand sessions available exclusively to our Microsoft Build attendees. Add these, plus the breakouts, and you'll be on your way to a more agile, data-powered future. Building on that momentum, let's advance to a new Microsoft Build core theme. Create next-gen experiences at scale with Windows. Already some big Windows announcements have taken center stage here at Microsoft Build. To join in on the buzz and excitement around Windows this year, you better get on over to that session scheduler and find the live sessions coming up in day 2. Filter by Create Next-Gen Experiences at Scale with Windows. And now you have all the sessions aligned with this core theme in front of you. Find those upcoming live breakouts and add them to your schedule to be reminded to join them when the time comes. And if you need some help deciding which one is right for you, here are the session leaders themselves with the details.
Hi everyone. In my session, we'll talk about the latest in Windows app development for web, mobile, cross-platform, and native. We'll also talk about new and upcoming ways you can leverage the cloud to reduce costs and increase user engagement with your apps.
Join me in the breakout session for the Microsoft Store. In this session, we'll share all the great new things coming to help you get new customers and be more successful on Windows. I look forward to seeing you there.
Hi, I'm Rich Turner, Program Manager Lead on the Windows Developer Team. I'm presenting a breakout session called Develop Windows Apps on and for a Rich Ecosystem of Platforms and Devices. This is going to be a really exciting session, and I very much encourage you to come and watch.
Even though you can't catch all those breakouts live, you can still add them all to your backpack so it's easier to find them when you're ready to watch them later on demand. And speaking of on demand, there are so many other great opportunities to dive deeper into this core theme of create next-gen experiences at scale with Windows. While you're in the session scheduler, take some time to browse through the
It's about that time of the day where I probably need to read my emails, delete a few, and of course forward a few as well that may not be relevant towards me. And naturally, I'm only a human, so I can't remember what I did last week Tuesday at 3 p.m. But now, intentionally throughout this entire process, we have left out third-party apps and custom line of business apps that your employees may need to use. You'll notice here that actually, I only just got started in my day. And so that motion of switching between multiple apps and switching back and forth for different experiences naturally would occur when I start to include third-party apps and experiences into my day. So, whilst this is something that I'm raising, I also am super excited about it because I know that we can address exactly the point I'm trying to make here. Just imagine your line of business app surfaced across all of the Microsoft 365 app experiences. We know, hands down, that these apps have a place in every day. Teams, where you communicate directly with your team and your colleagues. Outlook, where you communicate to your partners, to your customers, vendors. And of course, office.com, where you go to find the all-important documents that you've been looking for and information surfaced to you that's relevant. Wouldn't it be great if we could build your line of business app to be surfaced across these experiences? Bringing contextually relevant information to your users' fingertips, as opposed to them having to go and find this information. The information is surfaced to them rather than them going to look for it themselves. And of course, with a custom line of business app integrated into Teams, Outlook, and Office.com, it doesn't mean that you need to build 3 different apps. With a little change to code, we know that this could be quite confusing if we had to change the code 3 times round. And so we've made it easy. Building your apps for Teams could also light up an experience in Outlook and Office.com, on Windows and the web. Just showing you how easy this is to do. And so with that, I think it's only right that we actually show you how we can do this. And so I'm going to start to introduce up to the stage my colleague Gary Trinder, who's going to show you exactly in a demo what this looks like. Gary, come on up.
Thank you, Jack. So yeah, absolutely. I'd love to share with you today how we can do that with the audience with us in the room and back at home as well. So let's start with 2 key milestones that I'm delighted to be able to share with you at this year's build. And those 2 milestones are the general availability of the Microsoft Teams JavaScript SDK version 2, and also the general availability of the Teams Toolkit v4, which is going to help you create and build context-aware multi-host applications that you can surface across Microsoft 365. So let's start with getting into the Teams JavaScript SDK. So, as you may have gathered, the SDK is a JavaScript library that developers can use to enhance their applications, to provide contextual awareness, and to be able to utilize host-specific capabilities. So, what do we actually mean by context awareness? Well, the SDK has been enhanced to enable you to take advantage of these different hosts within Microsoft 365. As Jack said, that can either be on the desktop or on the web. And as a developer, you can use this SDK to gain the context and understanding of where your application is running in Microsoft 365. So, whether that application is running in Microsoft Teams in the browser, or running in Microsoft Outlook on the desktop, or even Office.com, you as a developer can use that context to hide and show user interface elements. You can change the styling of your app, or you can provide more contextually relevant information to your end users. Now, what did we mean when I mentioned about host-specific capabilities? So again, the SDK has been extended so that you can take advantage of the capabilities provided by your host where your application is running. So let's consider, wouldn't it be great if, whilst we're running in Microsoft Outlook, we can use the mail capability from Outlook to compose and send an email? Or maybe we're in Microsoft Teams and we can use the chat capability to create a new conversation. So as a developer, you can really hook into these experiences to bring your application to life. Now, there are many more capabilities than what I've just mentioned there as just a couple of examples. So there are further capabilities that you can use, capabilities such as meetings, calling, calendar, and also people capabilities. So really, I encourage you to go and look at the SDK, look at all the capabilities that are available to you and how you can use them. Really hook into these. Now, I just want to point out one thing, that capabilities are great, but at the moment, it's not that one capability will be available in all host applications. So, for example, if you want to use the mail capability, that currently is only supported when your application is running in Microsoft Outlook. However, the SDK makes this really easy for you as a developer to be able to detect whether that capability is actually supported or not in your host application. And finally, I want to introduce you to Teams Toolkit. So Teams Toolkit is a Visual Studio Code extension that enables you as a developer to create, debug, and deploy Microsoft Teams, deploy apps into your Microsoft 365 tenant with ease, all directly from Visual Studio Code. So Teams Toolkit takes a zero configuration approach, so that as a developer you can create an app and you can have that running in a Microsoft 365 tenant in a matter of minutes. And well, in the latest release, I'm happy to say that support has now been added so that you can create applications that by default will scale across all these hosts in Microsoft 365. So, if you're like me, that all sounds great, but we want to see something in action. So let's get on to the demo. And I've got two demos for you today. So the first demo, what we're going to do is I'm going to show you a line of business application that has been extended to run in different areas of Microsoft 365. So it's going to be running in Microsoft Teams, it's going to be running in Microsoft Outlook, and also Office.com. And I'm going to show you how it utilizes the SDK to build that contextual awareness and also use these host-specific capabilities. And then in the final demo, I'm going to show you the easiest way to get started for developing these apps using the Teams Toolkit. So let's get on with the first demo and let's take a look at our web application. So this will be a familiar sight for most people in the room, Microsoft Teams. As Jack said, it's his first application of the day, so it's our first application as well. So I'm in Microsoft Teams at the moment, and I'm showing through the context of Nancy, our sales representative. And Nancy works with orders, so she wants to find her ordering system line of business application. So in Teams, she can come down to the app section, and we can see we've got this Northwind Orders application already available to us. So let's just show the app running. So an app running in Teams, okay, not groundbreaking at the moment. It's things that we've seen. However, let's just look at what it can do. So we have a list of orders, that's fine. We have some visuals so that we can understand, okay, what is the status of our orders. We can look at a particular order and gain more information. We can gain more information. There we go. A little bit slow there. So we can see we've got order details, we've got some tracking information about that detail, but we've got a nice chat button in there. So as we're in Teams, wouldn't it be great to have a conversation with other sales representatives about this order? So if I click the chat button, we can see behind the scenes it's using the SDK, and it's instantly created this conversation, and it's been able to set a particular topic and then add a message into that conversation so that we've got a good starting point of, yes, we can start a chat, but we can actually provide some context around the conversation that we are having. So Nancy starts the day in Teams, but quickly she's going to be moving into other applications. The next application is most likely Outlook. So we're looking at mail. So what Nancy would like to do is just be able to view her line of business application directly within Outlook. We have the app section again, similar in Teams, where we can open our Northwind Orders app. And this is the same application. It's not another application that we've written, but it's using that contextual awareness to actually show different elements. In this scenario, we've not got the visual. We're just going to show a list of orders. We've also, if you notice, there's a slight change in style. We've no longer got the purple style from Microsoft Teams. We've actually got the blue style now that's more aligned to Outlook. And if we go and view the same order, we can see now that instead of chat, we've got compose mail. So in here, where it's relevant, it may be more relevant for me to start a email a chain around this particular order. So let's see what that looks like. So again, like what we saw in Teams, we're able to use that capability within Microsoft Outlook to start a new email, compose, put in a subject line, and again, add in more contextual information so that we can start having those conversations and not have to pull information from other systems. And finally, let's take a look at this application running in a different context. So this is the same application again, but now running in office.com. So in office.com, Nancy will be looking for files that are more relevant to a particular order. So again, if she wants to just quickly check on a particular order, she can go to the apps section in Office, and she can basically open the application and see the line of business application running in office.com. Again, the styling has changed, so to suit the location that we're running the application in, we've now got a red style. And instead of the visual, we've now replaced that with more relevant files. So that's how the application is running, and we can show how the context is being used. So let's look behind the scenes. How is that actually working? So I have a couple of files here which I want to go through, and I want to firstly go through this display theme function. So as we saw, the theme was changed based on our context. So how do we do that in the code? So we have a couple of functions that we're first calling out. It's our line of business application. So whilst we are currently viewing it in the context of Microsoft 365, we could actually be viewing this outside of Microsoft 365. So what we want to do first is just, well, let's check, make sure it's in Microsoft 365 where it's being run. So let's take a look at the in M365 function. So here we can see we're using the SDK firstly to initialize our application and then get the context for that application. So once we have our context, which we can see here, we're able to detect the host by its name to understand where it is running. And in this example here, we're just simply iterating over the host name enum to just check that, yes, the context host is one of our supported hosts. And this function is just going to return a simple true or false. If we move back to our display theme, here we can be more specific, and we can use that context again to say, okay, we're now running in Teams, we're now running in Outlook, and we're now running in Office. We want to make different decisions based upon that context. So here you can see we're swapping out the CSS files just to provide a more appropriate style. And actually in Microsoft Teams we can go a little bit further. So the SDK also enables us to register event handlers. In this case, we can register a set theme handler. So when an end user decides, no, I don't want dark mode, I want to go to light mode, we can detect that, and we can actually change the styling of our app as well. So one of the things to call out here is that in V2, it's made very simple. If you're coming from V1, your experience might be slightly different, where there wasn't an official way to really understand that you were running in Teams, and so you might have had to write custom code to detect that or pass information to your application. With V2, you no longer have to do that. You've got an official way of being able to detect that context. So let's move to our order details page. So this is where we saw our order details, but the capabilities for chat and for composing an email were shown. I'm going to show you how we can simply do that by making use of the capabilities in the SDK. So on this line, line 52, we can just ask the SDK, is chat supported? So for all the capabilities that we've got available, you can first check and just simply understand whether that capability is supported. It just returns a true or false value. If it's true, then you can obviously then use that to execute your own code. So when this was running in Microsoft Teams, this returned true. So this block of code ran. It actually used an adaptive card as part of the rendering. And when we executed the button, based on the number of sales representatives that were on the order, we could go one of two ways. We could either set up a one-to-one chat with one sales representative using the open chat function, or if we've got multiple, we can use the open group chat function to then set up that conversation with more people. And you can see here how easy it is to just provide who are the users you want to start the conversation with, what topic do you want, and also any message that you want to include with that conversation. Now, obviously, as we showed this running in Outlook, that chat capability wasn't possible, so it fell back to checking whether mail was supported for our compose email feature. And again, we're checking to see whether mail is supported. We don't have to go, are we running in Outlook? Are we running in Teams? We can just call the capability directly. And in here, we can see again, we're using an active card, and on the execute action for the button, we're using the compose mail function on the mail capability, and we can say, yes, we want a new email. We can provide the subject, who the recipients are, and obviously put in a message for that email as well. So to cover that, hopefully you've seen how we can use context in a real world scenario of how you can hide and show elements and provide more relevant information dependent on where that application is being rendered, but also how to use the SDK to take advantage of those contexts and also take advantage of those capabilities. So I said at the beginning, we were going to have a second demo. And the second demo is really about, okay, now that you know this information, how do you go forward and start building your apps? So let's switch to Visual Studio Code. So here I'm going to show you how you can use the Teams toolkit to create an application and get it running in Microsoft 365 tenant incredibly quickly. So I've just got a vanilla Visual Studio Code window open. I've already installed the toolkit. If you want to go and install it, just simply search for Teams Toolkit in the extensions, and you can click the button and install it into your Visual Studio Code. I've already done that, so I can see that Teams Toolkit is displayed on my sidebar. So let's open this up. So I've got the ability to create a new app or actually view some samples as well. So if I click on View Samples, we can see that there's a gallery. So if you want to try things out, different applications that other people have created or submitted, you can use one of those, or we can create an app from scratch. And that's what we're going to do in this scenario. So I'm going to create a new Teams app, and we're just going to go through a simple wizard. So let's do create new Teams app. So one of the things which is really good about the toolkit is it gives you a scenario-based creation wizard. So you can see that there's a number of options here. Our apps can have bots in them. They can have tabs. They can have message extensions. And what we're going to do here is we're going to choose this SSO-enabled personal tab, which has already been set up to extend across Microsoft 365. So we can create our app and get it straight into all those areas, such as Microsoft Teams, Outlook, and Office.com straight away. So let's select that. And the next option is which programming language do you want. So if you're happy with just JavaScript, you can choose JavaScript. If you're happier with TypeScript, then we've got you supported. Personally, I'm in the TypeScript camp, so I'm going to choose TypeScript, and then I can choose the folder in which I'm going to create my new application and then provide it a name. So let's do msbuild app. And now this is starting my scaffolding of my new app. And there we go. We're done. Perfect. So what's great for getting started as well is we've got a lot of information in here to get you started. Let's say you've never done any development like this at all. Well, there's a number of prerequisites that are called out on this page. So Node.js is a prerequisite. An M365 account as well is a prerequisite. And how you can set up that environment. So there's a couple of things to check. However, the toolkit does actually help you with this as well. So with our app, it's been scaffolded, and we've got our tab that's been created, and we can see here. So I'm just going to quickly go through the code, and we can see that we've got an app fully scaffolded. We've got some boilerplate code in there with some good examples to get you started. But we've also got other capabilities. So there's a VS Code folder. So debugging has been configured for you out of the box. You don't need to go and understand, okay, how do I get this to work? It's all done for you. And also, later down the line as well, there's packages that have been set up for deploying to Azure, and also to package your application up as well, so dealing with your team's manifests. So now we're at this stage. The first thing that you would do really is you would hit F5 and we would go. So the toolkit, the first time you hit F5 is going to help you by calling out these prerequisites. So it will check, have you got Node installed? If you haven't, it will prompt you to install it. Again, an M365 account, if you've got one, it will ask you to sign in, so that the toolkit will then integrate with your M365 environment and be able to deploy straight into it. And it checks all sorts of different prerequisites and does a lot of the heavy lifting in the background. One of the things that it does do, it also does an npm install. Now, I'm not going to do that today because that would take quite a while, and I'm sure you don't want to sit here and watch command line going. So I have already set up an application. So I've already done an npm install, and I've also integrated my account. So this is already connected to my M365 tenant. I've got side loading enabled, so I can just quickly add in my app and use it for testing into Teams. And you can see we've got a whole host of different options in there that later down the line, when you finish your development on your app, you can then move this into Azure. So let's see what the run experience is like. So all I'm going to do is just hit F5. And here we go. We can see that it's going to check the prerequisites. So because I've done these already, it's going to speed up this process, but it's good to know the things that it is checking. So it's making sure that a certificate's installed in your local machine as well. So when you're interacting with Teams and running things from your local machine, everything is secured as it should be. So as we're waiting for the app to get going, there's a few other things that it's doing behind the scenes as well. So it's actually registering an Azure AD, app registration for single sign-on. Not had to do anything here, it's just doing it in the background. So we've got that by default when we start to develop, and we don't have to worry about that. It's also changing some of the variables in our manifests as well, based on our application, and it is actually and it's actually setting up a web server so that when we've got the app running in Teams, that we can actually call back to our local machine. Now, as demos go, we've got a few different debug options in the toolkit. So eagle-eyed, you might be now seeing that this is going to be deployed to Outlook and Office.com. We have different debug options because you can debug in all three different environments. So we can debug in Teams, we can debug in Outlook, and we debug in Office.com. So I'm just going to do install in Teams first. So this is loading up Microsoft Teams. And it's going to ask for a password. Oh dear.
Hey, Gary, I'm afraid we're at time.
We're at time. Sorry, folks. We're going to have to move on.
We'll have to wrap up the slides and share some resources for everyone to take away with them.
Definitely.
So come join me. Future of apps. We want you to start thinking, what is it that you can do for the future of apps, and how can you start to build your apps towards these type of frameworks that you've shown today? So think, bringing your apps across, the context, what do you show, what do you not show, and using the Teams toolkit in the best way possible. Now, of course, we don't expect you to remember this line for line. So Gary, quickly whiz us through the session-specific resources.
Yeah, sure. So Teams toolkit, which I showed of how you can build your app. Definitely check out the documentation. We've got documentation for the SDK as well to really understand that contextual awareness. We've also got the sample, so the line of business application, which I've shown, that is publicly available. You can go and take a look at that. Also, there's information, and if you're coming from the SDK v1, how you can upgrade your existing applications to use SDK v2.
Amazing. And then finally, we have some generic Microsoft 365 learning resources, as well as some UK-specific sites I recommend you checking out. Thank you to all of you virtually and in person for attending our session. We appreciate you spending the time with us today. And Kate, over to you.
Say 320, what would be her credit score if I make her male and single? Should it change or not? If it is changing, that means her demographic or things which are sensitive and protected are playing a very, very important role in decision making, which should not happen. And that is where even explainability comes in. So explainability does not mean that, hey, tell me what happened under the hood, but also means that if I have not got a favorable decision, what should I change in my portfolio to get a favorable decision? So something like a counterfactuals. So these are important aspects. And we have seen a lot of financial services company, insurance being fined just because they have discriminated on basis of gender, on basis of race, on basis of color, on basis of ethnicity. And so much so that even if you don't include it in your data, the impact remains. So example, I was working for one of this company, and we saw that just by looking at your purchasing pattern or the things which you purchase, will be able to find out your gender and marital status. A lot of insurance company check the size of the engine of the car to find out what's your gender. So probably it's seen that a female would use a lighter engine car compared to male. So even if you don't use the gender in your data, the size of engine is more than enough to know. Zip code. So if you see in UK, a zip code is a very, very good representation of ethnicity or nationality. So those kind of proxies are used to find out, a machine finds out and create discrimination. So that is where discrimination free, which is fairness and explainable models are required. So coming to you, Gausia, so when you talk about explainability, do you think explainability is something which is important? Yes. Or is it a burden on a developer?
No, I think it's very important because it affects all lives. So for example, there was something in US when teachers was scored based on they didn't even know what about, and children like the teacher, but teacher was fired because of some score that no one understand why this happened. And this can affect all our life. That's why we need to understand why AI making that decision and what's happening with each of this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll give you another example. So during COVID, we all know that how our purchasing behavior changed. So any model which was made pre-COVID and if used during COVID would give a wrong decision, right? So we should be accountable by monitoring the model that it is still fit to use. So sometime you have done your fairness, you have done your explainability, but you did not check the model every day, every moment, and the model becomes stale. It's not no more fit to use. And that's also irresponsible behavior because a stale model gives a wrong decision, and a wrong decision is an unethical and irresponsible behavior. So even accountability and model monitoring plays a very, very important role. Coming back here, so Gausia, what's your take on privacy and how important is privacy of model and data when it comes to responsible AI?
Oh, I think it's very important because we need to understand how companies using our data, how they get, because our face is our ID and they're using it. So I read example of police in the UK, in London, that they're using our recognition, face AI, face recognition, and there is no privacy yet about this. So they're using it, but we have no idea why and how they're using exactly. And even if you go on the Gov UK, there is a lot of questions that is still not answered, how our face is used by police. So that's why privacy and other stuff is very important. And it's really good that now the European Union working on this all privacy, how this all ethical things need to be done, how this everything with algorithms, how the algorithms work. Because when we're creating algorithms, they're doing some magic. We don't know how it is. We're giving some data what our customers or we wanted to have. We have results, but what happening inside, we don't know. And this privacy and everything should be understandable.
Absolutely. So, sometime when I meet my client and talk about responsible AI, they say all these are very good, but does it make business sense? And absolutely, it makes business sense. Imagine a situation just because of your stereotypical behavior of a data or machine learning algorithm, you are not giving loan to single mother who would have paid back. So you're leaving a lot of money on the table. Using responsible AI, you're making a fair decision and also bringing back to the bank or to your company. Thus, the money left on the table is coming back to you. So I have seen in most of the cases, it does not matter how accurate is your model or what is it better than irresponsible model, but it makes a lot of monetary sense. There is always a small or a big chunk of increment in money which you bring back to the company just because you are responsible and ethical. Second thing is responsibility and ethical behavior is just not a regulatory requirement. It's a reputational risk. Imagine tomorrow you come to know that one of the bank you are client banking with have leaked your data or have not given loan because you had they have an irresponsible model. Now imagine the stock prices, imagine your attention or your perspective towards the bank, and for sure there'll be huge reputational risk which is much bigger than anything else. So reputational risk is also at stake and just not regulatory requirement. As Gausia told, GDPR, CCPA, UK, US, India, Singapore, everybody is coming out with laws around privacy, around responsible AI, around ethical behavior. And that's very, very important. And most of the time, a data scientist think that, hey, that's not my job. My job is to make data science model. But he needs to understand there's nothing called data science model now. It's always responsible data science model. The moment you keep them in silos, you have lost the battle. Next time when you talk to your seniors or your team, always use this word responsible data science and try to amalgamate them together. And of course we'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Yeah, so coming back to Gausia. So Gausia, when you talk about privacy, you talked about why it is important. Why do you think even explainability is important. So we talked about fairness, we talked about privacy. Why do you think explainability is important?
It's better because we need to understand why the decision was made, why something happened based on the data. So as I mentioned before about bias, if we add bias into our algorithm, it will be not good for some people's life. So that's why we need to understand, explain why this happened for everyone. And there is a lot of, for now, examples like you mentioned about loans. But for example, in US with prison, the more dangerous now is a black woman that done something when she was 16 years old than a white man that went twice in 2030s. So when we look at this, it affects someone's lives for a long term. And that's why we need to understand why this happened. Because if they ask why this happened, why they are still in prison, there is no explanation. It's just saying that, yeah, because the algorithm put this out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll give you a simple example. In UK, in immigrations, they were used to use an algorithm which has just got stopped because they found that the decision of granting a visa was very discriminatory. It was using racial and ethnicity as one of the feature to take a decision, which recently got stopped. Of course, it's not proven, but there was. Even a couple of years back, a very big company started giving credit cards, and there was there was a couple. Both of them used to file a joint income tax. The husband, the male partner, got 10 times more credit limit than the woman just because he was male and the wife was female. Of course, wife would be female, right? And that is how it is so discriminatory. So, and if you go to a bank and they don't give you a loan, I guess very, very few banks gives you a detailed description or explanation of why it was denied. It will say that, hey, my algorithm, my system, or we have found some problem in your credit score and we are not able to give you a loan, without telling what was the problem. So it is very important for anybody to be allowed to audit something, to have a proper documentation, or he will give you some mathematical equation which will be gibberish for you. You'll not even understand what it is all about. So explainability should be in a layman language. It should be in a language which you and me understand. It should be pure and simple English. It cannot be maths, or it cannot be complex statistics or calculus, which we will not be able to decode. And 90% of the time it happens. When you ask for explainability, they'll give you a 50-page documentation, which you will not feel like reading because you are already sad that your loan has got rejected. Now they ask you to read a 50-page and come back and challenge them. That's not going to happen. And that is where it's very important. And I always feel that responsible AI is not a duty of the organization, of the developer, of the chief product officer, of the company, is also a duty of us. Till the time we do not question, nothing is going to happen. Regulation would be on papers, they will follow, not follow, don't know. The moment we go and ask questions that why it has happened, what is the algorithm, what's happening under the hood, I don't understand algorithm, tell me what's happening under the hood. Is it fair? It's not fair. Are you monitoring? When was it made? What data did you use? Did you secure my data? Until the time we don't ask such question, things are not going to fall into place. um, so so one thing, Gorgeous, when you talk about responsible AI, do you think it is increasing workload on data scientists or on the company, and it is increasing the cost of developing an algorithm because it will take more time you are implementing responsible and ethical algorithms? Or is it fine and we should do it irrespective of it's taking more time and it's more expensive?
I think, in my opinion, everyone in the team is responsible for this one. It's not only, we shouldn't put everything only for data scientists, because, okay, they create a models, they creating everything from beginning to end, but it should be someone else who checking out all the data. So like in normal programming, if you coming to customer, they creating some test cases, and based on that, they're creating what it should be output on. So first, like from PMs, they should come and ask questions. what this design should be for, what people will this affect. You get everyone included in this data. Do you have enough data that have everyone included? Because to create a proper model, we have all data included exactly the same or similar one. Because if we have like here more male than female, it's not good. It's not good because we cannot create a proper model. Because then with female will come, sorry, it's all creating as a male, and it's not good. And that's why everyone is responsible in the team, not only data scientists. And data scientists shouldn't check their models because they're thinking in one way, and we all have bias. So someone else should come and tell that, oh, but you not included this and this bits.
So I'll give you a simple example. When I talk to my clients, when we talk about responsible AI, it's not that they don't want to implement. It's basically they don't know how to implement. So it's about education, which is missing. So people like us, people like, you sitting here who are into university, who are practitioner, needs to go and talk about it, needs to go and tell that it is important, it's need to be done, and this is how it's need to be done. It's very easier said than done. It's very easy go to a CTO or your CEO or CIO and talk about, hey, we should implement responsible AI, ethical AI. And the next question is they ask that, how do you do it? We don't have an answer. And that's very important. Till the time we as practitioners do not have an answer of how do we implement it, how do we audit it, and what are the technical artifacts, what are the technology, what are the algorithms which we need to implement. And second thing, how will you explain those algorithms to your stakeholders? How do you will say that, hey, instead of 10 days, I'll take 12 days because I'm making a responsible AI solution. How do you say that that extra 2 days would give them monetary benefit? So you need to start the entire canvas of developing responsible AI or ethical AI at the point you start thinking about the project. You cannot do it, say, on a data cleansing or a model development or a model prediction or deployment stages. It has to be part of model business incubation, project incubation, and it has to flow throughout the journey. You have to decide on the threshold, the numbers, the metric as soon as you start working on it. If you do it later, you have lost the battle. And that is where, when I talk to my clients, I always see that responsible AI is something they want to do. And again, it has to be choice in sense it cannot be set in stone. You have to give them, it should be like an a la carte menu where they can pick and choose that, hey, this is not very sensitive use case, it's a marketing use case or a workforce planning use case, I may not want a privacy. Hey, this is a very, very sensitive use case, if I don't give mortgage loan to somebody, that person can that is irreversible behavior and that person can do anything with his life. So we need to be very, very particular about explainability and fairness. This is one model which does not require accountability. So you have to give that choice. And when do you give that choice? At the time when you decide when to do, not when you are doing it. And that is where responsibility comes in. The second most important thing is model documentation. Are you documenting your model in a way that somebody understands? And that brings me to you, Gausia. So when you talk about model documentation, we see, most of us are developers, we see that developers hate documenting model. They hate writing, they love writing code, but if you ask them, hey, tell me it in English, that is the last thing they would like to do on the earth. So much so that they will resign, that this is not my job, I'm not going to do that. Ask my business analyst or product owner to do that. So what do you think, and how much is model documentation is important, and how to ask or how to motivate people like us who are lazy and developers to write model documentation, write proper documentation that a person, a kindergarten kid or a 7 years old kid would understand what I have done, how important it is.
Oh, this is difficult to write documentation. I think every one of us hate it, but it's important that someone after us will come and look at the documentation and found it, how the algorithm's working. So I think the best is if we find new AI that will do it for us.
No, absolutely. So there are tools which does semi-automated model documentation, human-based. So I was working with this bank, and they has a very stringent process of approving a model. And we used simple gradient boosting and random forest. They used to do logistic regression. So the model office understood logistic regression. Now their question was, what is decision tree doing different from logistic regression? The accuracy is only 3% different. Why should I use it? Like for 3%, you want 10 people to come and understand what's the decision tree does not make sense. And they actually rejected the entire project. So it is very important to take them in your journey. If you ask your business analyst or product owner to come towards the end and you give them a neural network or CNN, they will not take it at all. They will, they will just actually discard your model. Take them in the journey from day one. Show them what you are doing and show them how fairness or explainability or accountability, or you are doing monitoring, auditability, automated model documentation, say graph networks are in place. Teach them from the start and tell them how is it making difference every time you're doing. And that is when it will be accepted. Otherwise, developers would not do it and model office would keep rejecting it. So everything which you do would actually go down the drain.
And I think it's a time for you all to ask a question and tell us, what do you think about responsible and ethical AI?
What are the words which comes in your mind when you talk about responsible AI, ethical AI, and why do you think it is important or not important?
Is anyone would like to speak?
We have Mike there.
Thank you. You were talking about you were talking about an example where you have a model which is biased and which was not able to give loan to a single woman, which is completely unfair, and as you said, like reputation is at stake. So I feel like, then the trust in the company will go away, shareholders will move away, and then maybe the investments for the company also move away. So I feel like, trust is very important, and it has to be not only as you mentioned, at the data science or developer level. It has to be top to bottom, right from the C-suite to the ground level. Everybody should understand it, and I think that should be one of the goals or objectives of the company, to have such kind of responsible behavior towards their models and towards their customers.
Yeah, thank you. And if somebody didn't hear it online, I'll repeat what he just said. He talked about that it increases the trust, and it has to flow down from top, that it has to go down from the C-suite to the developer and not bottom up, but basically top down approach. And that is when it will happen. Absolutely. Trust is something which will only come in when you understand something. It's like if you are given a car, say self-driving car, you would be a bit skeptic about it till you do not know how does it operate, how will it actually give a brake on a traffic signal, or will it actually give a brake when somebody jumps before your car. You do not want damages to happen, and that's again responsible and ethical behavior, which only happens when you understand something. So explainability is very, very, very important. One of the most important pillars of responsible AI is explainability. And that is what he just told. Yeah. Anybody else would like to? Yeah, sure.
So there's a dichotomy. People seem to be okay with other people making biased judgments about them, but we're not okay about AIs doing that. And that's okay. I think the important thing is we've got to make sure that AIs are objectively fair so that we can trust their decisions, and let us introduce AIs at the scale that we probably need. There is a second dimension, though. It isn't just about the people about whom decisions are made. There's a second issue, which is that AI is actually are going to be displacing people from the workplace. People that, like us would have been if we weren't here in this kind of a forum. Knowledge workers are going to be replaced by AIs. So there's a thing about how do we make sure that we govern our AIs as we would have governed an employee. And I think the stuff you've talked about today is great, but I think that if I had an AI doing a job that I would otherwise have had a member of staff doing, maybe I need to treat it like a member of staff and have performance reviews and codes of conduct and ethics, and treat it as if it's a real person in some regards with HR policies around it. If it's going to do the job of a person, let's treat it like a virtual person.
Yeah. So before I give it to you to answer, I'll just add something. So when I was giving this presentation to group of my team, I was talking about fair AI and responsible AI. There was this girl who said, this is a headache, why should we do it? And then I told that next time you get a promotion and we use an algorithm, your salary would not be at par with your male member's salary because you are female. That is when she realized that it is very, very important. And that is what exactly said, that when I do it, it's okay. When somebody else's do it, it's not okay. And second, I'll give you an example. I come from India, a developing country. When computers came in banks, so there used to be people who used to write the checks and count notes. They actually came out and protested that, hey, my job is going down the drain. And take my words today, there are more jobs in bank than earlier because the technologies have come in. And take my words again, when AI comes in, you will have more jobs because newer jobs should come in. And coming to Gosha, what do you think? Will AI create jobs or will AI destroy jobs?
AI will create jobs, and how we mentioned, we need to check AI models. So it always need to be a human who will check if everything is all right. Because on each of these algorithms, the new data coming, the algorithm is learning based on the data that it's coming, and we need to check that everything is fine and good. So it's always need to be some human that will check if it's all right. We cannot trust AI because AI will learn based on the data that it's coming on. And again, it's learning based on bias.
I do actually see a time in the future where we actually will have to rely on AIs to make ethical decisions for our AIs.
Absolutely.
But humans are intrinsically flawed, all of us, whereas we could create not perfect ethical AIs, but AIs that represent the ethics of the society that they represent.
Absolutely. AI is everywhere. When you shop, they tell you what to buy. When you apply for a college, they tell you which course do you want. And if you want to get married, they tell you who's the right partner for you, right? So imagine everything else kept aside. If they tell you a wrong partner, your life is going to be really miserable. Absolutely.
Going away, because then you have new situations, new environments, and new patterns. So you need to build on those new patterns. That means if the model has to continuously learn itself, that means we need to be there. And then
absolutely.
But I think we are responsible of this all, because still it's a lot of things not ethical in our normal life that is coming to data. So even if the pattern is changing, it's still we need to ask the question, it is ethical. If the pattern that new coming, it's still ethical on. And I think the great example is a Brexit, how it's changed every life here in the UK, especially immigrants that stay in the UK. So this is a good example. And if this pattern will come to our data, if it's ethical, it is good. So always still need asking these questions.
Yeah, it's a very simple example. If you have done AI ops, ML ops, or DevOps, so when the deployment happens, these days this word called HIIL, human in the loop, HITL, yeah, human in the loop, which is very, very important. Human in the loop, if you remove it and you create your DevOps or ML ops or AI ops pipeline, you are setting yourself for failure. You have to have, human who monitors, who checks, who does everything. And this is one of the most talked about topic these days, that how do we put human in the loop in the deployment pipeline for AI or machine learning model, but any software development model. There has been a lot of cases where model went ballistic, actually went crazy, took wrong decision, and actually created a lot of issues. Gosha talked about prison in US. I talked about immigration laws in UK. I guess during COVID, there was this case in UK where they didn't take GSEC A-level examination, and they started using an algorithm to give the grades. And a lot of students from a particular ethnicity were given a lower grade because they belong to schools which were on a zip code which were dominated by a particular ethnicity, and those understand, and then they found it, and then they they generalized and gave a normal scorecard to everybody. So these kind of things happen. Yeah. So anything else would you?
I think we don't have any more time, and we're happy to discuss this offline with you if you're happy to stay.
Yes, we will see you outside. And thank you so much for being a patience audience and giving your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
GitHub, and Azure features that help you build applications in the cloud quickly and securely.
Hi, I'm Tim Hewer, and in my session, my team will show you how to build beautiful cross-platform apps with .NET MAUI.
Hi, I'm Scott Hunter. Come watch me, Bruno, and Rory show you how you can build amazing microservices in Azure with Java.
Beyond these breakouts, there is much more to experience around the core theme of DevSecOps and cloud developer environments. Check out all the on-demand sessions available to you with content around how you can rapidly code, test, and ship without compromising security. As you fill your backpack with some of the great breakouts you just learned about, be sure to add these valuable on-demand sessions as well. Moving on to a new Microsoft Build core theme, cloud native and app modernization. If you're here to get the latest on securely scaling your apps with cloud native architectures and fully managed databases, Microsoft Build has got you covered. In your session scheduler, filter by core theme, cloud native and app modernization. Options include several live breakouts coming up. And if you need a little help deciding which breakout you might want to join live, you're in luck. Here are some of the session leaders themselves with your formal invitation.
Build 2022 is here. You don't want to miss out on all of the amazing updates coming your way. Join us for the session on deploying modern containerized apps in cloud-native databases at scale. We'll see you there.
Hey everyone, I'm Donovan Brown, Partner Program Manager here at Microsoft. Come join our open source session where you'll learn how we're going to run Dapper in space.
Hey folks, Paulin here. I'm very excited to show you some of the unique capabilities we have on Azure for Java and some amazing things that developers are doing with them. We'll talk about containers, Kubernetes, Azure Spring Apps, and JBoss EAP, and show you why Azure is the best platform for Java.
Hello, I'm Marco Castellana, Vice President of Products for Azure AI. Join us for our session on how Azure AI brings innovation to document processing to learn how to take the work out of paperwork. See you there.
After joining those breakouts, if you find yourself hungry for more, filter by the Cloud Native and App Modernization core theme and check out all the on-demand sessions that result. Browse through the list of options or refine even further with keywords. Add the most relevant on-demand sessions to your backpack and enjoy them at your convenience even long after the event is over. But right now, Microsoft Build is far from over. Another packed day of live sessions is still to come. As we wait in anticipation for the start of day 2, we are exploring the many ways you can get the most from the event. We've been running down our list of core themes designed to help you quickly and easily find the sessions you need. Breakouts and on-demand sessions featuring exclusive and relevant content you may have not otherwise discovered from Microsoft partners like Intel, LaunchDarkly, NVIDIA, and F5. And to find more technical content and resources from these great partners and others, visit the Featured Partner Showcase. Now, we're taking you on a whistle-stop tour of 2 more places here that every Microsoft Build attendee should visit. Allow me to introduce your guide, Navin Chand.
Hi everyone, Navin Chand here, and I'm excited to share a few ways to get the most out of your time here at Microsoft Build. The Connection Zone is the place to be when you're not attending keynotes and breakouts, where you can connect with experts to get specific questions answered live, and so much more. And with over 50 hours of content, there's a lot to choose from. Let's give you a quick rundown. You're familiar with breakouts. The next step is Ask the Experts. Alex is here to tell us more.
With so much great content on offer, we know offering Q&A and breakouts would likely go on forever. So that's why we've planned live companion sessions called Ask the Experts. It's your opportunity to share what's on your mind and get specific guidance in real time from the folks developing the content. Choose Ask the Experts from the connection zone above and bring your toughest topics. And fear not, all Ask the Expert sessions are available on demand after the show.
It's not just about our experts. We have experts within our community. Now, let's learn more about table topics from Christian.
Join us to dive deeper into the content that you're learning at Build by participating in interactive conversations with community leaders from around the world. These 15 table topic sessions are led by Microsoft's most valuable professionals. MVPs are community experts who have been recognized by Microsoft for their technical expertise and community contributions. Topic for these informal, interactive, two-way conversations were proposed and selected by the community for the community.
Table topic sessions, like Ask the Experts, are all live. Don't miss out. Add them to your schedule now. Next up, your chance to share directly with our product engineers. Here's Malgosia.
Product Roundtables offer you an amazing opportunity to talk directly with Microsoft product teams and discuss the solution you care about the most. These hour-long, small group and highly interactive discussions are designed for you to engage with Microsoft engineers and your industry peers. You can help influence the future of Microsoft product roadmaps, share your experience, and hear from others. The best news, with over 90 roundtables to choose from, you can select from topics that you are most passionate about, and there is something for everyone.
Sharing in a small group is one thing, but you may need a one-to-one consultation. To tell us more about these, here's Sonal.
One-to-one consultations are an opportunity for our attendees to receive individualized support from our experts. We have over 200 engineers available across the globe to answer your questions on over 50 different services. So whether you're just getting started or have advanced technical questions, there are experts that are ready to connect with you for this one-of-a-kind experience.
200 engineers around the world, over 50 services. How awesome is that? But space is limited, so schedule your one-to-one now. Next up, it's not always about the tech. It's also about inspiring stories beyond the tech. That's the focus of our Humans of IT series.
Take a break from the technical content and join our Humans of IT series to connect and engage with community. Our sessions will inspire and empower you through human stories, experiences, and superpowers. Whether you want to build your technical and professional skills, engage more with the developer community, or leverage technology to affect positive social change, or all of the above, we have a session for you. Just go to Connection Zone, then Humans of IT, and add one or more of our 6 sessions to your schedule or backpack. Hope to see you there.
While the Connection Zone is all about people, networking, and community, we also have the Learning Zone, our place for training and development, anchored by Microsoft Learn. Let's start with the learning experiences built for everyone. Here's Jasmine.
Are you ready to take your skills to the next level? Then join us at Intro to Tech Skills. Learn from industry experts on a wide range of topics, from programming languages to how to be successful in a technical interview. But enough about us. Let's talk about you. We've set aside time in each session for you to get your questions answered live.
Oh, look at that. The team representing teams.
Team leader, it says.
Oh. Awesome.
Okay. I can see we will have less audience discussion or questions than last time. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
instant demo. That's why you are
here. Presenter.
Yeah. Okay. Superb. Did you have a great day so far? Excellent.
What are the sessions you guys have been to today? It's awesome. Oh, fantastic. Did you get to see all the sessions you wanted to see today? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And everything is going to be on the site, my build site anyway, so. Okay.
How was the food? Because I've yet to sample the food.
Okay, you missed lunch. They were doing it outside and it was great.
Burgers.
Perfect, yeah. Paella.
Yeah. Paella, yeah.
It's good.
To try and sneak those up somewhere.
There's a wall of
a wall of donuts out there.
Too busy hiding in the room, going over.
Okay. Can we share our slides now? Yep. Yeah. Nope. So we can. Excellent. You can take control. I'm going to put the private view there, so no sneak peeking. Okay. Everything good?
Yeah.
Splendid. We can show the title, they know. Yeah.
Oh, funny enough, is Luce in here at all?
I haven't. In room, or?
Oh, yeah, they're all right.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know. Oh, there, Simon. Now you're right. Yeah, coming in to grill.
Excellent.
Look at him.
Don't worry, it'll be a share pint. So if we're still doing those things, so legacy pint. We had a great one.
Yeah. That's all. That's awesome.
Oh.
That's awesome.
Okay. Yeah. Half a minute. So 30 minutes, 30 seconds. Countdown.
Maybe it's a bit.
Yeah.
It's going to go quick.
Yeah, it is going to be. It's going to be fun. Looking at the audience, we will have good questions.
Hi there. Thanks for coming.
Yes, we are live. Let's go. Let's start.
Let's start. Okay, let's get going then, everyone. Welcome to this session, Create Next-Gen Experiences at Scale with Microsoft 365. I hope you've all had an excellent day at Build today. We've heard so much good things, and now we're going to get into another great session this afternoon. Welcome to everyone online as well. It's great that you could be here with us. So as we get started, we're going to go through the hosts, we're going to go through the experts, and we're going to explain a little bit about this session. My name is Chris Hord. I'm Partner Education Lead for Vusion here in the UK. And with me, first of all, we'll start with Vesku.
All right, thank you, Chris. My name is Vesa Nopanen, but of course, please call me Vesku. Coming from Finland, Sulava, I'm a principal consultant for Metaverse and Future Work. So app development Q&A is just like spitting the being there. But hey, we also have Sharon, who's one of our hosts online.
Hello, hi, I'm Sharon Sumner, Business Applications MVP and CEO for Business Cloud Integration. Lovely to see you all.
So we're going to be your host today, and with us we have got three very special experts who are specialized in this area of development and Microsoft 365. So if we can start out with Gary. Gary, welcome.
Thank you very much for the welcome. So my name is Gary Trinder. I'm a senior cloud advocate at Microsoft, and I specialize in Microsoft 365 area. The cloud is quite big these days. So yeah. Thanks
ever so much, Gary. Gary, now we're going to move on to Tom Morgan. Tom, we know very well from the Microsoft Teams community. Tom, thanks for being with us.
Hello, excited to be here. Sorry I couldn't be standing next to you, but that's the way it is. Yeah, my name's Tom. I'm all about Microsoft Teams platform development. I'm a Microsoft MVP. That's what I kind of blog and do videos about, building things on top of Microsoft Teams and kind of related tech like Graph and Bot Framework and cognitive services and all that stuff. So yeah, hello.
Thanks ever so much, Tom. And we also have Luz Carter, who we've just received word that she's going to be coming in hot from another session and will be coming online within the next few minutes. So a mix. We're in hybrid mode. We've got people in the room, we've got people online, and we'll be asking questions from both audiences today. So before we get started in with this Ask the Expert session, we just want to have a little bit of a recap of news that we've heard about Microsoft 365. And we've all looked at the sessions, the Interfocus session about the metaverse, the session about collaborative apps and others. And we just wanted to pull out some things that we think that you should be aware of kind of after Build. And we hope you go back and look at the sessions. So we heard from Jeff Teeper and Charles Lamanna in terms of Microsoft Teams, 270 million monthly active users. I mean, that's an incredible amount. And I think if you're a developer, it's a really exciting time at the scale of that audience. If you're developing these apps, you've got to think of that market of 270 million. Now, Vesku, myself, and Sharon, we wanted to identify three areas that we think that are opportunities for developers here. So first of all, we want to think about surfaces and where those apps can be surfaced. So some of the announcements we've heard at Microsoft Build include Teams.js 2.0 SDK for Outlook and Office.com, Loop, and also live share with Microsoft Teams as well. We're going to start out by asking Gary just a quick his thoughts about the Teams SDK, because his session today, I'd advise you catch up on it. It goes into this.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, well, actually at Build, so the Teams JavaScript SDK version 2 became generally available. So it's been in preview for a little bit of a while, but now you can actually use this to build your production apps. And really what this enables you as a developer to do is to hook into the context of applications that you can run across Microsoft 365. So whereas we've previously talked about apps just running in Teams, now we're talking about taking those applications and extending them to different areas so we can bring apps to where people are working, rather than saying you have to come into Teams to view this app. People might spend their time in Outlook, they might spend their time in Office.com, or even we're switching through different applications on a continual basis. Is that it's nice to have that application just available at our fingertips to just kind of access, and also again using this SDK start to do more things that we've probably not been able to do in the past. So we might want to show something in an application that's just running in Outlook, but we might not want to do that in Teams, or we might not want to do that in Office.com. We can be really selective. We can change up our app so it looks more relevant. So I'm really interested to see how developers out there are going to use this new technology to build these new types of applications.
Thanks ever so much, Gary. And Loop, moving to Microsoft Loop. Vesa, what do you think about that?
Thank you for asking, Chris, because I think Microsoft Loop combined with this, or Loop-powered adaptive cards, as they are giving a huge number of new opportunities for developers to create those applications that can surface anywhere, or basically inside Teams or inside Outlook in the beginning. And you don't have to go through the installation process, but you get into the context immediately there. And that's a really big opportunity to start bringing your legacy or custom applications directly to the flow of work. And that's a huge thing when you think about the usage. And of course, live share. When we are in the meetings, we have used whiteboard, so we know how the live share in sense works. We are working together at the same application, and we can bring that power to our own applications and start sharing them directly to the meeting. And that's a huge one.
And just before we kind of move on, so thank you ever so much, Vesa. We're going to talk, a little bit about live share, and I think, a good one to answer this one, Tom. I mean, being in Teams and seeing kind of live share come to fruition, what do you think about that? What's your kind of initial thoughts?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting actually. Like, I think the biggest thing is how relatively simple it looks like it's going to be. From just kind of being built to SDKs that way means that I think if you're a developer, you don't have to like really spend loads and loads of time understanding how like the stuff syncs up in the background, or like how to kind of do all this stuff. There's a lot of abstraction, which I think if you're a business apps developer, if you're working in an organization somewhere, you haven't got time to go and take 3 months off to understand exactly how like Fluid Framework works and all the rest of it. What you can do though, like, and that's a lot of the reason that these business apps don't have some of these really cool features in that would actually genuinely be really useful. But I think in this way, because it's abstracted through the SDK, it actually makes it much easier to kind of add these into existing applications. So I'm kind of excited to see that, and excited to kind of go back to some of these customers and saying, look, you could easily do this now. Like, wouldn't that light up, this scenario or that scenario for productivity? So it's exciting.
That's absolutely perfect. So thanks ever so much for that, Tom. And before we move on, Sharon, got a quick question for you. I mean, you're someone who works with the Power Platform so much. I mean, you're well known here in the UK for being a great advocate and also a great lead on that. With all of these announcements about surfacing in different places, I mean, this is something that's quite natural to you, right? Being in Power Platform and seeing them integrated within Microsoft 365.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's fantastic to bring these tools to the surface. I mean, a lot of people think that these things should have been there from the get-go, but we need the audience, right? 270 million monthly active users. We know where you are now. So we're going to bring the tools to you. And I think Microsoft's doing a great job of rolling all of this out. And it's got to be done thoughtfully, especially with developers. You're a hard bunch to please. But from what I've seen, this is going to go down really well.
That's awesome. Thank you ever so much, Sharon. So in addition to seeing these surfaces and apps going into services, we're also seeing the new tools through Teams Toolkit for Visual Studio Code, in addition to low code, but also as well for developers, there's this opportunity of building new worlds through Mesh for Microsoft Teams. And hopefully we'll see lots of questions from you in the next 20 minutes. So just some house rules. This is a question and answer session. And it's focused on you now, the audience, from this point. It's your opportunity to ask the experts as many questions as you can in these areas. We're going to have a warm-up question. Questions will be answered in the studio and on chat, so we want to have both audiences. We want to try and keep answers to kind of 30 seconds to a minute so everyone gets the opportunity. And this isn't a roadmap session or a table talk, so it's just pure Q&A from us. So let's get going. Let's get into the warm-up question. What announcement for Microsoft 365 has captured your imagination at Build this year? Okay, I think we're going to start. Tom, let's start with you. What do you think?
I think actually for me, it kind of went under the radar a little bit, but there's a new capability in Azure Communication Services now to deliver email, which kind of by itself is like fine, but actually if you kind of zoom out a little bit, it's making Azure Communication Services like a real compete in that space for like developers wanting to like get communications done across a variety of different places like SMS or voice over IP, and now email as well, making it super simple, part of the Microsoft stack, not a third party. For big companies, that's a really big deal. Like, it's inside the Microsoft bubble. You haven't got to go and get another service through legal. Actually, that's going to light up a lot of stuff. So actually, for me, that was like a good, didn't see that coming, nice announcement. Yeah.
That's perfect. Thanks, Tom. Vesku, how about you?
Well, I think on the announcement side, I'm most excited about the Microsoft Loop because it's really bringing those applications there. I already talked about Loop, why it's a kind of big thing, but that's one of those things among the live share that I'm really excited.
Thanks, Vesku. Gary, how about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for Teams Toolkit. You mentioned it in the first slide, actually, and I think I'm excited for this because the toolkit's been in preview for quite a while. It's gone through a lot of iterations. We know that in the past, Teams development has been quite fractured. There's different elements that you need to consider in your app, so bots, tabs, and it can get quite confusing. Teams Toolkit really provides you that entry point in to kind of dip your toe in, if you like, for Teams app development, and now obviously app development across 365 and going into Outlook and Office.com as well. So I'm really excited that that's now out and people can use it, and we're hopefully going to start to see more compelling applications that are going to be built on this platform, just across the board, because the barrier to entry, if you like, to have to know all these different things, the toolkit abstracts all those things away. A bit like Tom was saying about SDKs being easy to use. You can just use it. You don't have to understand all of the plumbing behind the scenes. You just want it to work, so we can focus on adding that value. And for me, that's been a key announcement this year.
That's perfect. And before we move in to start taking kind of questions, because we'll intersperse these warm-up questions, Sharon, how about you? How about, is there one thing that you could kind of highlight for the audience today that you think has gone down really well?
I think it's always really nice to see the expansion of the graph, and so any graph API that comes, forward at these conferences is really, really nice. So I'm liking the look of this approvals stuff. Going to go and dig into that afterwards. I think that's going to be really
yeah. That's great. Thanks, Sharon. And Sharon, as you know, for the moderators online, are we starting to see any questions kind of come into the Teams chat at this point? Are there any other jumping out at you?
No, we're all a little bit shy. We haven't got any comments so far. So please do put your questions here. These guys
we've got one from the audience already. We've got Kevin McDonald, and this time we've got a mic for the questions, so we can go over to him, I think.
Okay.
Thank you very much. This might be for Gary. I'm just wondering, because I saw your session early on the Teams Toolkit, which I really like the look of. But I know Yo Teams has been around for a while. Do you? And I think it's absolutely a position for both. But do you think for developers, there's a reason why they go for one over the other at all?
Yeah, it's a great question. As I mentioned, Teams app development, there's lots of different ways to start building your app, and Yo Teams is, yes, a fantastic way to get started. I think it's good to have that choice. So Yo Teams is obviously, it's more focused on I guess more of a, you've got the framework and you control everything, as opposed to Toolkit, which is, here we've taken a lot of that pain away from you and abstracted that away. So, if you're an ISV potentially, then you might be looking at Yo Teams. If you want that, I want to get started and I want to click around and have a nice wizard to get started on your app journey, then Toolkit's going to be for you. I think, yeah, there's a bit of a learning curve, definitely, when you're going into Yo Teams. There's a lot of scary things out there if you've kind of never been using some of the tools or skills that you need to develop these new style applications. So yeah, I think there's definitely room for both of them. It's not one or the other. I think it all depends on which part of that development journey you're in.
Thanks ever so much for your question, Kev. And anyone, before we move on to the next question here, has anyone else got any more questions that they would like to ask the experts? Remember, this time is for you, with Gary, with Tom, with Luce, Sharon, and Vesku. Any further questions in the room at all? Yes, please. We'll have to come to you with the mic.
It's all right, I need to get fit.
There we go. I think Gary's going to be busy today.
I should have met you halfway.
What's your question?
The idea of bringing an app into the place where someone's already working to keep the flow going, that sounds compelling, but I'm struggling to picture it. So have you got an example of seeing this working and really helping people remain productive? Oh, it is a question for you. I'm sorry.
So I think Gary's going to come back and get a mic because he's going to kind of answer this one too. Thank you, Gary.
So I guess the first question which I'd ask back to you is, did you see my session earlier? No, you didn't. In that session, you would have seen an example. It was a sample application, but it's a normal line of business application, maybe like an ordering system that you can dive into, but not have to, kind of jump around. So as you're looking for files, for example, in office.com, and you just want, I just want to just quickly check that order, you can just access that app quickly within the context of where you work. So, Jack, who was my co-host at the time, he was, showing the picture of what we go through on a daily basis, right? We might start in Teams and we look at all our chat messages. Then we look at Outlook, and these other line of business applications that are important to our business maybe are kind of pushed back because we've got to do email, we've got to do chats. So having it accessible and at your fingertips will then maybe look at, well, actually, what can we do when we're viewing this application in Teams? Can we show something different that's more contextual to, again, having a conversation with a colleague about one of those orders? One of the examples that I showed in the demo was, let's say you're in Teams and you're viewing your line of business application. Wouldn't it be great to just instantly start a conversation with people who are related to a particular order just by clicking a button? That's what surfacing your app in Teams is going to enable you to do, but the SDK comes into that because the SDK is the technology that's allowing you to, one, understand where your app is running, and two, to hook into the capabilities of these applications. So for the chat capability, for example, you can use that because you're in Teams, and you, as a developer, again, it's a simple API that you don't have to worry about, okay, how do I do this when it's running in Teams on desktop, or whether I'm running Teams in the web? It just works. So I can definitely share some resources with you. The sample is actually available publicly as well, and I'm sure the session will be available online afterwards. So I definitely say, not to blow my own trumpet, but check my session out.
Thanks ever so much, Gary. Tom, Sharon, have you got anything kind of to kind of build upon that? What's your kind of perspective on this?
Tom, I'm going to let you answer that one, but we do have a question afterwards for you.
Okay. After Tom, we'll surface that other question online.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to add actually to what Gary said, like, to be honest. So I might just jump into the question.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
I might bet you for time. So Simon's asked a bit more about the Microsoft Teams Graph APIs and sort of changes there. So that there's a few, because we've just talked about one, which is the Approvals API, which is sort of completely new. There isn't, as far as I'm aware, an API right now for doing approvals. So that is kind of a whole new stack of things that's coming. There is also some low code stuff around Graph. I know it's not API, but bear with me for a second, that allows and kind of gives, allows you to kind of, will allow you to bring Teams-like functionality into your Power Apps. That sounds intriguing and exciting. What's interesting though is, like, what about pro developers in that space? And I think from reading the announcements, and I haven't been to all of the sessions, I have slept and I have a family. So feel somebody can shout me down and say, actually, you're wrong. What I want to go and check on is whether or not there's any new APIs into the beta namespace this time round. I'm not sure that there are, and I think what the reading the news announcement stuff, what they're saying is actually that has come over the past couple of months, and there has been a real ramping up of new API capabilities into the beta endpoint, and now all of that stuff is there. So if you want to pull information about channel chats or like the contents of a team or like anything and put it in your own application, you can do all that now just by making those Graph API calls, because of the investment that's come in the past previous kind of set of months. So anyone wanting to do that, I would definitely say go check out the beta namespace. Just be aware it is beta. It's not really production ready, but it is a really good place to go to understand what is coming, because that stuff will come to V1, and you can start building on it today in test and kind of get going with it, and then hopefully you'll be ready about the same time as they are.
That's perfect. Thank you ever so much, Tom. Really appreciate that. Have we got anything else in the online chat at this moment in time? Anything else new?
Yeah, we've also got a question from David asking about whether or not we're going to be able to track meeting responses to indicate whether we're going to be attending physically or virtually. Is that something that's around? It's probably something that Vesku knows more about.
Tom, Gary, Vesku, anyone want to take this one?
But I think on the meeting side, that I haven't seen that functionality on the Outlook yet. So definitely we won't be able to track it yet, but will it be at the Graph API calls? And Tom, I know you have been playing with those Graph APIs a lot more, and thinking about the meeting there, you can get a lot of information from the meeting through those APIs. But can you get, when do they surface that response there? That's going to be interesting to see on the Outlook, basically on the meeting APIs.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I'm not aware of anything either. I know after, like, you can get the attendance of a meeting after the fact, but I know that's not quite what you're asking. No, I haven't. You've got to think, I don't know anything, but you've got to think like that's an obvious thing that the team must be working on. I can imagine though that it's quite complicated, because even though it's quite a simple thing, actually what you're changing is Outlook as well as Teams. So you've got to sync those things up. It's not just a quick fix to a Teams meeting. Actually, it's got to work in Outlook. It's got to work in all the places Outlook works. So it's probably quite a fundamental, it's changed to quite a fundamental construct in the whole substrate of an appointment. An appointment as an object has been around 30 years, maybe. There's a lot of stuff that uses it. So I imagine they make changes to that stuff lightly. So yeah.
And it might also be worth checking out on feedbackportal.microsoft.com to see, because there is other people that tend to think about these things, and it could be somewhere where you can vote it up and your responses are directly reviewed by Microsoft engineering on the feedback portal. So just whilst we're here, any further kind of questions from the audience at all? Have any of you at the conference, anything you've seen from the sessions as regarding Microsoft 365 that might be top of mind for you? All right, then in that case, what we'll do is we'll move on to another warm-up question. And we covered about surfacing apps within Outlook. Let's move on to the next one. Will a Teams App Store be more friendly to developers moving forwards? So if you're in the process of creating those apps and bringing them to market. Tom, let's start out with you, I think, and then, we can also take Sharon's perspective on it as well. What do you think about this? Do you think it's got more friendly for developers?
Yeah, 100%. And the biggest thing that has made it more friendly is that you can now charge money. And so if you're an indie developer deciding where to put your efforts, I would say the one where you can make some money and also has 270 million eyeballs every month, that's a good choice, isn't it? So yes, and it's easy as well. It's not like you've got to write a whole load of transactioning stuff. You can use the Microsoft, the name escapes me, but Microsoft have a process in place already for transacting and selling, and a concept of subscriptions. You can set it all up in the portal. You don't have to be a credit card provider. You don't have to do any of that stuff. They'll handle all of that for you. You just get some things to put in the SDK, and now your app can be free, and you can click a button, or your user can click a button, and then you get a nice thing to go from free to paid, or from paid to premium, or whatever you want to do. Monthly subscription, yearly subscription, trials, you name it, it's all built in. And so as a developer, all that stuff is now super easy. And yeah, and you don't have to do it like that. You can bring your own license. It's just the easiest way is that Microsoft route, where Microsoft handle it all for you. So if you're thinking about building something, if you're an indie developer or anything like that, then absolutely that's worth doing. Just also, I know a lot of people listening will be like, yeah, but I'm in part of a big organization. I don't want my users expensing a whole load of stuff they've managed to buy on their personal credit cards. There's a lot of IT admin oversight and support for handling all that sort of stuff. You can prevent users from doing it. You can allocate, buy a bulk load of licenses and allocate that to users. There's a whole bunch of different things you can do. So there is good IT governance tooling in there as well. So not one to fear. But yeah, as an indie developer, I think it's pretty exciting.
No, thank you ever so much for that, Tom. And just before we move over to Gary, Sharon, is there anything you want to kind of follow up on that? You know, being so kind of an app builder like yourself.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, look, nobody wants to be in that space where we are, albeit that you get paid, where we've got the same request from every client. Everybody wants to, you know, do a bit of due diligence and see if there's a solution already out there. So the ability to buy something that a developer's already put in there from a business benefit perspective and from getting to value faster, it's just going to help everybody. So it's good for the developers, it's good for the customers, honestly.
Thank you ever so much.
Before moving to Gary, I think you had a question. So Gary, can you take a mic? Yeah.
Thank you, Gary. I was very helpful today, Gary.
Yeah.
So yes, we're in our 15th year. In fact, it's our birthday a few days ago. And,
congratulations! Thank you ever so much.
We've for quite a long time now, we've been building SharePoint framework web parts for Microsoft SharePoint, and of course a few years ago we were able to sync those to Teams and so on. And one of the questions that we're constantly asked by our customers is, how can I not find the Teams web parts, the Teams tabs apps in Microsoft Teams in the gallery? So of course they need to sync those to Teams, and I think there was noise that was going to be addressed at some point, but I've not heard anything more on that. And of course, you know, the benefit of the SharePoint framework is not developing the solution twice. So is there any story in the future for that to be addressed?
I think Gary's already got a pre-canned response for him.
Yeah, I'd love to have an answer for you, but unfortunately, I don't. That's not to say that there isn't an answer, but I definitely understand the pain point as well. Yeah, obviously, you know, we mentioned already, and I kind of said at the beginning about app development, maybe a little bit fractured. You got different options, and it's understanding what your options are and taking the best decision for the context that you're working in. SharePoint Framework is obviously a great way of building apps, having it self-hosted in SharePoint, so you don't need to use, you know, services from Azure. And yeah, because you have that sync involved, some things, you know, can get a little bit out of sync, unaligned. But yeah, I don't know of anything, unfortunately, but that is definitely something which I can take on for you, and I can find out some information. So all I can say is I don't have an answer, but leave it with me.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you ever so much. Thanks, guys. We've got a couple of minutes left, and before we get onto the resources, we just want to squeeze in, I think, the last couple of questions that we have in here. So we have a question here from Simon. What are your thoughts on Power Pages? I see Sharon nodding her head, so I think she wants to take that one.
Not specifically, and that's one that we all can you want, right? So I kind of wanted that one asked, because I think that again has it moved? Is it different? Is it just renamed? I'd love to hear how the developers feel about that one from what they've heard so far. Not being a developer myself. Tom, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I saw that announcement, and my first thought was like, I didn't even know this thing existed before. You know, like literally just didn't even know it was a thing, because I haven't come from the SharePoint side, right? So that it's completely passed me by, which is like an interesting. I mean, like the Microsoft stack is so huge, right? And like it's surprising that you just don't see any stuff. I think it's cool. Like I think it's good. It feels an interesting space where, like, I'm a developer, so if I quickly want to spin up a web page, I'll jump to Azure and I'll do it that way, and it's nice and easy to do. But I appreciate that, like a non-developer, what do you do there? Because there's not very many easy routes there apart from going. And again, this is also kind of in a way Microsoft sort of filling the gap in where otherwise you might go to like a Squarespace or a Wix or someone like that. Yeah, can you solve it inside the Microsoft bubble? Why not? Yeah.
Thank you ever so much, Tom. We've got one final kind of question. We've got a couple of questions here at the end. Unfortunately, we're at time. You know, we are right there, but we get to hang around afterwards, so you can come up to the desk and we can chat them out in person. So we absolutely look forward to that. Here are some resources in order to be able to help you and follow up on. There is, of course, the Microsoft Build book of news, which will cover all of the announcements for Microsoft Build. We've then got Microsoft Docs if you want to kind of drill in all the devil, you know, the details and the, you know, right there on Microsoft Docs. And as well, we've got some other resources that we can recommend as well. Microsoft Learn is, I'm sure there'll be modules appearing on Microsoft Learn too, but also AMAs, the Microsoft Tech community. Please feel free to follow up on those forums, because that's where all the MVPs hang out and try to prove that they're the best and answer your question in the fastest possible time. So I'd just like to say thank you ever so much to my co-host, Vesku, and also to Sharon, and to our experts, Gary, Tom, and Luce. Thank you ever so much for joining, and a safe trip home. We hope you've enjoyed the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Microsoft Build.
As we begin day 2 of the event, we want to acknowledge what occurred in Texas yesterday. Yet another unimaginable loss that is difficult to comprehend for all of us. Our hearts are with those impacted by these senseless actions, and we stand with those around the world working earnestly to prevent future violence.
More will be said by many in the days ahead, but for the moment, we're going to carry on learning, connecting, and discovering together in community.
With that in mind, the learning continues with a keynote from Microsoft Executive Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Kevin Scott.
Kevin will talk about innovations in AI and how those innovations could change the future of development and content creation. Important stuff for sure.
A reminder, the digital backpack is a great place to save your sessions and keynotes for future reference.
All you need to do is head to the session scheduler and click the Save to Backpack button next to the sessions that you'd like to save.
I know I definitely have a very full backpack from day 1. As someone who works with devs all day, what were your biggest takeaways from day 1 that you guys discussed?
Well, DevBox was a huge announcement yesterday for my team. Just having another cloud-based way to package those customized developer environments so that when you're joining a new team, for example, you no longer have to spend a whole week setting up your computer with all the right dependencies and things like that. It's a really cool thing to have. How about you? Your boss Panos was dropping a lot of major content yesterday.
Yeah, there was a lot of news I know that came out of both the keynote and then his Interfocus session. Project Volterra got a lot of love, which was great to see how we're arming our devs. Get it? So for our audience, there are some new elements that might be of interest to all of you, especially from those of you tuning in from around the world. And of course, we're talking about the new regional spotlights.
Yeah, if you're in any of those areas, hopefully you've checked those out because they look like a ton of fun. It is local coverage of the Microsoft Build experience, complete with region-specific keynote analysis, local content, connection opportunities, and all in the local language.
To learn more about what's happening in France, Germany, Japan, Latin America, and the UK, check out the Regional Spotlight section right below this video window.
And speaking of things below this player, if you're looking for any of the newly added human audio translations or the more than 29 AI closed caption languages, check out those features directly below this video window.
We've also incorporated your feedback, and this year we're looking to expand your horizons like never before with even deeper technical breakout sessions. If you're looking for more introductory sessions, those are also available on demand right now and can be found in the session scheduler.
Plus, with things like the Connection Zone and the Learning Zone sessions, there has never been a better time to dive deep into the tech that you are most interested in.
So right now, I would love if everyone could check something. If it says sign in on the top right corner of this window you're currently watching us in, then this is your sign to register for the event. It's completely free and allows you to interact with us in the chat and to participate in the polls and, of course, use the emojis.
Of course. And on top of those emojis and all of that, you also get access to a bunch of really cool free tech content such as GitHub Copilot and a bunch of other different features that Kevin Scott is going to be sharing in his keynote.
Yep. So we've got 3 Microsoft Build into Focus shows and a ton of breakout sessions today. But remember to keep coming back to this stream as well, where I'm going to hang out with Leslie.
Yeah. We are going to be interviewing with Microsoft thought leaders and industry experts. We'll be showcasing what you're saying on Twitter, and all while we help you get the most out of Microsoft Build.
Yep. And one way we're going to help you get the most out of your time here is by showing you around the venue a little bit. Let's go ahead and do some of that right now.
One place you should make a point to visit is the Featured Partner Showcase. This is your hub for getting hands-on with the latest developer resources from our partners, including SDKs, new product demos, code samples, giveaways, and so much more. Explore developer solutions from valued Microsoft partners like Intel, F5, NVIDIA, LaunchDarkly, and many more who are just waiting to connect with you. Search partners by a particular product focus and find the content that's most useful to you. Gain exclusive access to special offers, jump into the Demo Center to get hands-on with solutions, check out the Innovation Center to learn about the latest news and trends from experts, add a partner's related sessions to your schedule, or save them into your backpack so you can watch them on demand whenever you want and continue to connect with the speakers even after the event is over. All these great resources are just a few clicks away, so simply navigate to featured partners up top on the nav bar and check out the partner showcase throughout the show.
Now, let's take a look at what you've been up to already today as we bring up some of our tweets on the screen. All right, let's see what we've got. All right. Oh, I love this. We got a couple of our international teams, like we said, the regional spotlights that are coming together. This looks like a team together from the UK. So it's great that there's a couple of hybrid models that we're working through as well. Glad some folks got to see in IRL.
Yeah. Shout out if you want a little behind the scenes info. Sassy Black here, excited to share that I curated and mixed the pre-show playlist for Microsoft's MS Build conference. I included music from a few faves. Join the conference to listen in live. So if you have been enjoying the music that you're hearing, shout out to Sassy Black because she did an excellent job mixing it up.
Shout out to Sassy Black. She did the music for my podcast I did for Microsoft. So she's amazing. Looks like we're talking about a Microsoft 365 Pro session, learning more about building apps at scale with Microsoft 365. I think there was a lot of tools and announcements made yesterday talking about scale, low code, no code, a bunch of features there.
Yeah, and also you definitely want to tune in for the rest of the day because Kayla, as she posts, she's back in the studio ready for more MS Build awesomeness, and I can't wait to see her the PC that she's been building live all day yesterday in action. Hopefully it boots up today. I can't wait.
Oh, you know it's going to boot
Absolutely.
up. Yeah, if Kayla's working on it, that PC is probably already up and running. She doesn't even have to work on it today. Yeah, and I love that we've had a couple of demos coming in. People are giving shout outs about. Let's see. Oh, we have Pete, who's going to be moderating his first session today, along with Purnima Nair. I love that people are, doing some shout outs to sessions they're hosting, getting some others, some love. Save them to your backpack, don't forget.
Yeah, and Nathan says here, as you mentioned, low code, no code was a very big trend yesterday. Your company needs a low code strategy. Yeah, so here it is in full front view as of day one. So that is exciting to see. Thanks, Nathan.
Yeah, and then here we have one from Uno Platform. Always great to see Windows UI and Uno platform apps running on Linux. Thanks to the team and for the tutorial. So it's great seeing a couple of the shout outs across. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. And keep those tweets coming. We have got a full day of keynotes and Into Focus, plus another great after hour show. And if you didn't see day one's after hour show, you're missing out and you definitely need to check it out. So we want your take on all of that.
Yep. Now it's time to take a look at what breakout sessions are coming up next.
Build 2022 is here. You don't want to miss out on all of the amazing updates coming your way. Join us for this session on deploying modern containerized apps in cloud-native databases at scale. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm State Actor, and I'm Nick Gomez. We're both here from the Identity Division at Microsoft, and we're going to give you an introduction to the Microsoft Identity Platform. We're also going to share some exciting news regarding upcoming functionality that helps you customize the experience and collaborate with other organizations. Come join us.
Seth War is here. If you want to learn all about robots, Intel, OpenCV, computer vision, people that did cool stuff, everything, make sure you tune in to learn about a special contest with Intel and OpenCV. See how you can also vote and win. Please join me. I'll see you there.
So of course, day two would not be complete without a poll. So our first question of the day, how are you joining us at Microsoft Build this year? A, from home, B, solo from your office, C, with coworkers from your office, or D, and my personal favorite, in your PJs from an undisclosed location.
I like the undisclosed location piece of that one. I'm surprised it's so low.
I know,
only 3%.
Oh, to the 4% who are able to be doing that, so jealous.
Yeah, so it looks like from home is pretty high, 80%, but how many of those are actually wearing real pants? I question it.
I
feel like people are probably in the pajamas phase and they just don't want to admit it. But
sweatpants were my life for the past 2 years. So
if we weren't, hosting in front of our friends and coworkers, I'd probably be in my pajamas.
Sweatpants chic, as I like to call it.
Yeah, it's where you wear the normal top for Teams on top, and then yoga pants and stuff.
Exactly.
That's been
comfort on the bottom, business on the top.
That's been it for. Yep. It's going to continue beyond 2 years.
Exactly.
All right. So hopefully by now you've gotten a chance to attend some of the breakout sessions offered here at Microsoft Build, and now we want to hear what you thought.
Yeah, make sure to click on Session Survey when your session is complete to give us your feedback. We're always looking to make your event experience even better, and I think the speakers themselves would really appreciate seeing how they can convey that information even better.
Yeah. Speaking of sessions, here are a few more to check out.
Hey folks, Paulin here. I'm very excited to show you some of the unique capabilities we have on Azure for Java and some amazing things that developers are doing with them. We'll talk about containers, Kubernetes, Azure Spring Apps, and JBoss EAP, and show you why Azure is the best platform for Java.
Join me in the breakout session for the Microsoft Store. In this session, we share all the great new things coming to help you get new customers and be more successful on Windows. I look forward to seeing you there.
Hello, I'm Rohit Tadachar, and in my session, I'll be showing an exciting demo that showcases the ability to deploy and accelerate your Nginx cloud migrations with Azure.
We've got so much to enjoy here at Microsoft Build Day 2, including a Microsoft Build into focus later today, all about AI. Sonia, I think it will pair pretty well with what we're about to see, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we talked about AI a little bit yesterday. I think they're going to build upon it today. So I'm excited that, we have a couple of interviews later today. I think we'll have some experts we'll get to speak to and get their opinions on it. But it sounds like, especially from my Mary Jo Foley conversation yesterday, it doesn't seem like it's in the future. It's like the AI building for it is now. It's awesome. So I love seeing some of the announcements that the teams have been making, and excited to get some more expertise.
Yeah, I mean, for me, a highlight of yesterday was GitHub Copilot, which is something that my division has been working on for a while. And I hear that it could even be taken a step further, and Kevin Scott's going to be talking about that in his keynote. So I can't wait to see the step further announced to everyone else, because it's pretty exciting to me. And
I know. And we have so much goodness today, because we also have Kayla, like we mentioned, who's been building a Windows PC from scratch, which is awesome. I got to not physically hands-on because I had to make sure I didn't accidentally short the motherboard. Sure. Yeah, but it was super cool getting that experience. So we'll be checking in with Kayla. But also, if you're on Twitter, you can see her live stream right now, which is pretty awesome. So make sure you tune in there.
Yeah, I took a look at it right before I went home yesterday, and it was looking really good.
All right. So with that, it's time to head to today's keynote with Kevin Scott. Remember, he's going to share some access to some very cool tools that you won't want to miss out. So make sure you're all registered to get all the details. But afterwards, make sure you join us when you're done. This is Microsoft Build.
Because of our curiosity and ambition, we embrace complexity.
and create tools to manage it. These tools rapidly get more complicated, and we layer and compose them to solve more complex problems. Over time, we're able to do more and more useful things. In every era, we need special people to focus and harness our great creative ambition, to make and use the tools that extract the possible from the impossible. Today, those people are you, developers, and these tools are called software. Developers have a special creative magic, and your work allows all of us to turn ideas into action at massive scale. Soon, software becomes maybe the single most useful tool we've ever had, and powers almost everything on the planet. But the mounting complexity means that developers' work starts to become more than you can handle. Your creativity gets weighed down by the parts of your job that are more drudgery than imagination. And the magic that happens as you do your work gets harder to conjure. Luckily, we have powerful new tools in our arsenal to help us tackle problems of unprecedented complexity. One of these is called AI. AI tools can assist you with your work and give you new ways to unlock your creativity and to get more done. And the creative energy that made software so rewarding to create starts to return, maybe even more so than before. But the very best part is that AI makes software so easy to use and to create that everybody, not just developers, gets to build things and unlock their creativity because of it. And the world becomes generally a more magical place to live in.
Hi, I'm Kevin Scott. Although some of it is just beginning to happen, the story you just heard is true. It's the story of software, developers, and how AI is going to make all of our lives easier in the very near future. Today, we're going to meet some people who are already using software and AI to make the world more helpful and magical. We're going to talk about how Microsoft and our partners are working to create the most powerful software and AI tools we've ever seen, and we're going to give you access to some of those tools so you can try them out yourselves. I'm here at Microsoft's beautiful new Silicon Valley campus. After the past couple of years, it's super exciting to see people back working together in person, sharing ideas, and getting inspired to do great things. Over the past couple of decades, software has increasingly become one of our most important tools to solve the world's problems. But that software means nothing without the human beings who create it. The people who make software, developers, are one of our most important resources. And even just over the past 12 months, the advancements we've made in AI and large AI models have exceeded what we once thought was possible. It was probably the most exciting year in AI we've ever seen. Today, I'm going to show you how we're using AI to help developers accomplish more and share how the latest breakthroughs in AI can empower not just developers, but anybody who wants to turn their creative dreams into reality. In every field and every industry, we're entering a new era where AI is poised to conquer the impossible. Large AI models continue to evolve as platforms that can help us solve our most challenging problems like never before. Over the last year, a tool called GitHub Copilot has shown us how these platform AI models will transform the way software is created, allowing every developer to do more and lowering the barriers to creating your own software. Available for Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, Copilot is an AI pair programmer that draws context from code and comments you've written and then suggests new lines or whole functions. It uses AI to transform ideas directly into functioning code using natural language, freeing up your time so you can be more productive and creative. GitHub released Copilot into technical preview last year, and the response has been incredible. Tens of thousands of developers are already using Copilot every day. In some programming languages, we're seeing over a third of newly written code being suggested by Copilot, and it's already delivering significant impact to developers' workflows. As Satya shared yesterday, we're excited to bring Copilot out of preview and make it available later this summer. We want all of you to get started with Copilot today. So we're giving free access to all Build attendees until it launches in the summer. We believe we've only seen the beginning of what tools like Copilot are capable of. Earlier this year, GitHub announced Copilot Labs, a Visual Studio Code extension for experimental applications of Copilot. Every developer learns that writing new code is only a part of software development. Often the hardest job that developers face is reading and understanding code, whether it's because it's an unfamiliar code base or whether the code in question is using a library you might not know. The first step is getting a rough idea of what's going on so you can jump in and use the code or make some changes. Let's take a look at one of these projects right now, Copilot Explain. Basically, it's like Copilot in reverse. Just select some code and you can ask Copilot to explain it to you in plain language. The possibilities for exploration and creativity with Copilot are practically endless. But the best part is that tools like Copilot won't just make developers more productive, they will increasingly make coding more accessible to everybody. Let's visit a developer who's already using Copilot to create their own software.
Hi, my name is Julian. I'm 16 years old and I live in San Francisco. I'm part of the computer science club. We prep for competitions together and then also for the ACSL tests together. I started coding when I was 8. We had this thing called Hour of Code at school, and that was fun. I made a bunch of games, like platformers where you jump around for platformers. I learned about Copilot actually through YouTube. I was just watching a coding YouTube channel, and it talked about Copilot. So when I saw the examples they gave on the screen, I was very amazed. The project I was working on at that time was basically a note-taking app, but for debate where you have to take specific types of notes. At the start of my debate app, I didn't use Copilot. I kind of found out about it midway. And then when I got it, things got a lot faster. So this is my debate flow app. The thing I love about Copilot is how it makes you write a lot less code. It makes you write code a lot faster. It basically can sometimes read your mind. It almost feels like the final puzzle piece in a puzzle being put in. I'm not really sure what I want to do in the future, but I probably want to do something related to coding, so it's very interesting what will happen next.
I'm here at the Microsoft Garage, a unique makerspace with locations around the world that allows their employees to work on the things they're most passionate about. Copilot is incredibly cool, and we've seen that it's already transforming how developers of all ages write code. But the large AI models that make things like Copilot possible can not only change how we create software, they can fundamentally shift how we interact with it. And the applications of doing so are nearly endless. Copilot is built on a breakthrough model called Codex from our partners at OpenAI, which can translate natural language inputs into more than a dozen programming languages. Along with GPT-3, it's one of the first models we're delivering to developers through our preview of the Azure OpenAI service. Historically, computer programming has been all about translation. Humans have to learn the language of machines in order to communicate with them. But now, Codex lets us use natural language to express our intentions, and the machine takes on the responsibility of translating those intentions into code. It's basically a translator between human imagination and any piece of software with an API. One example where this can help that we all use every day is the web browser. Let's look at a proof of concept demo our friends at OpenAI developed using Codex and GPT.
In the near future, OpenAI's assistive models will be able to translate natural language expressions into action. To give you a sense of this, we've created a demo of an AI assistant that can help users with a wide variety of tasks. So let's say you're about to start coding. Your first priority, of course, is to find some music. What kind of music is good to listen to while coding? It suggests music without lyrics. I'm in the mood for some romantic era music. Could you suggest some classical composers from the romantic era? That's a nice list. Let's go with Brahms. Could you send me a link to some Brahms that I can listen to right now? Now the assistant is browsing the web for us. It's going to use the sources it finds to compose an answer. Looks like it's found us a link to a Brahms playlist. Alright, let's get to work. We need to read in some files from Azure Blob Storage. The assistant can help us with that too. What's a good Python library for reading from Azure Storage? It recommends Azure Storage Blob, but I think I've heard good things about a library called Blobfile. I heard there's another library called Blobfile. Could you tell me about it? The assistant is browsing the web again. This time, it's looking for the PyPy page for this library. It's summarizing some key information from the PyPy page. The assistant can even write code for us. How can I use it to read and parse a JSON file? And there's some code we can try. Let's finish by seeing what the assistant knows about Build. When's the Microsoft Build conference in 2022? The assistant's not sure, so let's let it browse again. Looks like it found the right answer. What would you say if I told you this conversation would be shown at Build? Excellent, how polite.
To see more ways that Codex could transform and simplify not just apps and software development, but things like visual design, gaming, and education in the future, we're going to visit some of our colleagues at Microsoft Garage locations around the globe, with one quick stop from orbit a couple 100,000 miles up.
Hi, my name is Fiona O'Grady, and I'm joining you from our beautiful garage space at Microsoft in Dublin. I am so excited to be sharing this Codex demo with you today. As a model that understands language and code, we can use Codex to build more fluent user interfaces. In this case, we are using the model to power a language-based command line interface. So let's start in PowerShell. Let's say, what's my IP? We hit a keyboard shortcut for the model to suggest a script. In this case, it suggests a web request against a service that returns our IP address. Next, I'll say, what's running on port 1018? Developers often want to know what's running on a port so they can free the port up for something else. And it looks like there's a node process running on here. I actually know what the process is and I want to stop it. Let's see if Codex can do that. And look, it wrote the correct script to go ahead and free up that port. Next, I'll say make a git ignore and add node modules to it. This requires the model to understand the semantics of what we're doing. That a git ignore has a period in it, that node modules has an underscore. And I'll say, open it in Notepad. And the model successfully opened this git ignore that it created in Notepad. And you can see right there, it has the node module folder in it. Building this prototype didn't require us to retrain the model. It was enabled through a discipline called prompt engineering. We gave Codex a few examples of the kind of code it should write, and it can generalize from those. If I switch to giving it more conversational examples, then we can coax the model to produce conversational responses. Now when I ask, who made the last change to this repo? Codex should respond conversationally and use our speech cognitive service to respond.
The last person to change the repo was Dhruv Singh.
And see, it responded with voice. We can also ask something chitty-chatty like, what's the meaning of life?
The meaning of life is 42.
And the model cleverly referenced the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Now this prototype isn't limited to PowerShell. Codex can also produce Bash and Z shell scripts. I'm using WSL and Ubuntu here, so I can run Bash on Windows. And now I'll ask, what's the weather in Dublin? The model knew of a curl-friendly API that it could call, and it's a lovely, partly cloudy day. Not a huge surprise for the weather in Dublin. Now, this is just one example how Codex can make developers more productive. But more generally, modules that understand human language and code have the potential to enable much more natural interactions with our computers. One area we're really excited about is the potential for this kind of natural user experience is in gaming. My colleague Martha is going to share just some of what we've been working on.
Jambo, which is hello in Swahili. I'm Martha Githui, and I'm joining you from our newest garage space here in Nairobi, Kenya. In this demo, I'm going to show how Codex can create new natural language experiences in games using existing tools and APIs. So let's get started. We're playing Minecraft, accompanied by an avatar that uses Codex to produce code and language with the Minecraft Game Test API. The Codex model has never seen this API before. At runtime, it's given the API spec along with a few usage examples, and it's able to extrapolate from there. We'll start by having a simple conversation. The model is tuned to produce code, but it can also produce dialogue. First, I'll say hello, and the bot responds with hello back. What game are we playing today? Indeed, we're playing Minecraft. Night is coming soon, so let's see if we can get some help from our friend. I'll say, what would be a good item to have at night? And it suggests a torch, which is a smart idea. Codex understands when a message is conversational and can answer with dialogue and keep track of the context of the conversation. It's been answering us with information it already knows, which is not in our bot API code or examples. Now let's use natural language prompts to have it produce some basic code to move around the world. I'll start by saying, come here. And look at me. The model is able to use API primitives to navigate the scene and to look at the player. It can also produce more complex code to handle more complex behaviors by extending primitives with its own code and logic. Since night will be coming soon, and now we know that we could use a torch, let's see if our bot can do that for us. What items do I need to make a torch? And it correctly responds that you need 1 stick and 1 coal. We already have the coal in the chest over here. So let's go ask our bot to get that first and then craft the rest. Go to the chest and open it. The model is writing code on its own to deliver the actions we've asked it to do. Get the coal from the chest. All right, and get some logs and make some planks. It's even able to take imprecise language and turn it into precise actions. Finally, I'll say, make a stick and make a torch and equip the torch. And as you can see, the model was able to take the conversation and turn it into executable code in real time and deliver the actions in context of what it was already doing. We think Codex's ability to write code for games can open up a whole new world for gamers and moders to create complex behaviors using natural language instructions, and can enable game makers to create interactive, natural language experiences for their players. Next, we're going to the garage at our headquarters in Redmond, where my colleague Ryan is going to show us how AI can help creators and designers do some amazing new things.
I'm Ryan Vollum, a principal software engineer here at Microsoft, and I'm joining you from the Redmond garage on Microsoft's campus. Beyond helping developers, we also believe that models like Codex can empower creators. In this prototype, I'm using Codex to turn natural language commands into Babylon.js code. Babylon.js is a 3D renderer that runs in the browser and can be used to build 3D scenes. I'll start simple. I'll ask Codex to make a red cube. And you can see that it wrote a line of code to render this cube, another to add a material, and a third to make that material red. Next, I'll say add teal spheres above and below the cube. And sure enough, Codex created those spheres and positioned them relative to the cube. Next, I'll say make the cube spin. And Codex chose to use JavaScript set interval function to make the cube rotate once every 10 milliseconds, giving the impression of spinning. And finally, I'll say stop it and see if the model can clear that interval. And sure enough, the cube is no longer spinning. So we were able to create and manipulate simple Babylon shapes. But beyond that, Codex can compose Babylon primitives into more abstract objects. Next, I'll say make a chessboard using black and white cubes. And this will require Codex to understand the semantics of a chessboard, that it's an 8x8 grid. It'll also have to know where those black and white cubes should go. And sure enough, it used some elegant code here to go ahead and create and render this chessboard into the scene. Let's try one more complex example. I'll start by saying make the background black. And I spelled background, but the model should read through it. Sure enough, the background is black. And then I'll say create a model of the solar system. And this will require Codex to know the different planets, to know their relative colors, their relative sizes, and position them in order. It'll also have to write quite a bit more code to do this. And sure enough, Codex wrote a ton of code here to create a model of the Sun and of 9 planets, which is incredibly generous to Pluto. Let's see if we can add rings to Saturn. And the model chose to use a Babylon.js torus primitive to wrap Saturn in rings. And then we'll say scatter a few hundred stars around the scene. Let's see if the model can approximate something that looks like stars. And sure enough, Codex chose to use white spheres scattered randomly around the scene to approximate the look and feel of stars. And we were able to create a model of the solar system using nothing but natural language. All of these capabilities were enabled out of box with Codex. We didn't have to retrain or tune the model, and with capabilities like these, we envision that models like Codex will empower not just developers, but also creators. It's also easy to envision how real-time 3D scene generation could revolutionize gaming and metaverse experiences. To give you a picture of what we think is possible, we asked for some help from our friends at Frame VR. Frame is a web-based metaverse platform and part of our team's ecosystem alongside Microsoft Mesh. Let's see what the team at Frame came up with. Up to you, Gabe.
Hey Ryan, this is Gabe from Frame with my Frame teammate Jure. I'm in California and Jure is in Slovenia. Hey Jure.
Hey.
So we're in Frame right now, which is our web-based metaverse platform built with Babylon.js, which we love. And we're inside the Frame app that we built for Microsoft Teams so that we can access it right within Teams. A lot of our users use Frame for online classes, so we thought we would use Codex to create an engaging classroom together. You can go anywhere in the metaverse, so we thought we'd set up shop on the moon. So let's wake this thing up. Want to kick it off, Jure?
Sure. Okay, Frame. Bring in a model of the Earth. Make it spin and move it up 20 meters and backwards 40 meters.
This uses Azure Cognitive Services for speech recognition. And look, we can actually see the Babylon code being generated by Codex as we speak. Bring in a model of the command module and the model of an astronaut and move them a bit apart. These models are actually from a cool Smithsonian 3D library.
Students might also want to share their webcam or share their screens. Create a rounded box and make it so that when I click on it, it creates 2 streaming screens and moves them 5 meters apart from each other. And now I click on it.
Add a table and a whiteboard next to each other. Ryan, can you move that around with the mouse? It's great that we can speak things into the scene, but for some things it's still easier to use your mouse or keyboard. You can use either. We think these experiences should be multimodal.
Gabe, what are you doing?
Oh, I thought the students might like some basketball.
Looks too easy. Set the gravity to match Moon's gravity. The model already knows the gravity on the Moon and can apply it to the scene. Whoa!
Well, there you have it. In just about a minute, we were able to make a really cool classroom in Frame, and this was only scratching the surface of what you can do with the Codex model. we'll get back to building.
Thank you, Fiona, Martha, Ryan, and Gabe. That was awesome. We want everyone at Build to start imagining what you can build with models like Codex right now. So we're making the code from these demos available to all Microsoft Build attendees today. We're super excited to bring Codex, GPT-3, and future OpenAI models to developers through the Azure OpenAI service, with enterprise-grade capabilities like security, compliance, and regional availability. And the examples you just saw are only scratching the surface of what's possible. To start exploring the possibilities of Codex even more, we're partnering with OpenAI to present a Codex Innovation Challenge for all Build attendees. Just submit your idea for an amazing Codex scenario, and we'll select a group of finalists to build and present their ideas to our teams. The winner will get resources and mentorship from Microsoft and OpenAI, along with a very cool prize package. We can't wait to see what you come up with. Beyond scenarios like the ones we've just seen, the ability for anyone to access the tools to create new AI-powered applications that can help us solve the world's hardest problems is going to be incredibly important. Here's a technologist who is using AI tools today to reduce pollution and energy use and help combat global warming.
My name is Nicholas Becker, and I work for Microsoft AI for Good. Growing up, I wanted to be an astronaut. I still do. I hope to go to space someday. But that led me to science and math, and my interest just bloomed. So I didn't get any access to computer science or coding until I was in college. And that gave me the background to bring several different disciplines of technology together. The airline industry is one of the world's biggest environmental impactors. Globally, it makes up 2.5% of total global emissions. A parked plane waiting at a gate burns 60 to 80 gallons of jet fuel per hour. But there are other sources of power for an aircraft while they're on the ground. We started working with the Port of Seattle and SeaTac to try to tackle this issue. We used off-the-shelf components, Raspberry Pis, sensors, 3D printed parts to try to collect the necessary information to train AI models to detect this needless emission. And as we went along, we iterated to more and more mature devices. We created a distributed sensor network to monitor these emissions in real time. This network can then tell the airport which airplanes need to have their engines shut down to mitigate these emissions.
All right, we are as prepared as possible.
Oh, it was so much fun to work on it. You know, climbing around on top of jet bridges and around and underneath the airplanes and installing sensors all around the airport to try to collect the necessary information to solve this problem. It was a pretty incredible experience to see, like, we can do this, we can stop these emissions. This is a great solution because everybody benefits. The airlines benefit from fuel savings and hitting their environmental targets. The airports hit their environmental targets and have a healthier work environment for their personnel on the ground. And the consumers benefit because their individual impact is now lower while flying. Now, I don't come from a traditional computer science background, but today all of the science and engineering disciplines require some levels of computer science. So now everybody's a developer, whether they had that background or not. If you want to solve a really big problem, the tools available today have made that easier than ever.
The technological achievements that have brought us things like Copilot, Codex, and other large AI platform models are going to allow us to take on global challenges bigger than anything we've ever imagined. But keeping those models running is going to require more computing power than we've ever seen. 2 years ago at Build, we announced our first Azure AI supercomputer, which our partners at OpenAI used to train breakthrough models like the ones you've seen today. By our measure, it was one of the top 5 supercomputers in the world at the time. Since then, we've continued to push the limits of what's possible in AI supercomputing. We now have multiple Azure supercomputers up and running, which we believe are the largest and most powerful AI supercomputing systems in the world today. These systems are being used right now to train OpenAI's next generation of increasingly ambitious models, which together will continue to put into the hands of developers around the world through the Azure OpenAI service, just like we've done with Codex and GPT-3. While there are only a handful of companies like us that can construct systems at this scale, we believe what's most important is that their outputs benefit everyone, not just us. Building clusters at this scale is an incredible engineering challenge, but the real breakthrough is the layer of software that optimizes how models and data are distributed across them. System software like DeepSpeed, our MSQL library, and the Onyx runtime allow us to train and serve significantly larger models faster and using fewer resources. These tools have been optimized for Azure's AI infrastructure and open source so that the community can keep improving on them. And because our systems are hosted in Azure, we're deploying the same innovations into our public cloud available for developers at any level to use for their training needs. It's this feedback loop from research to deployment that has made Azure far and away the most powerful cloud for AI training based on public benchmarks like MLPerf. And it's why other leading AI research organizations are choosing Azure for their most demanding workloads. Yesterday, we announced a strategic partnership with Meta to use Azure's compute power for their large-scale AI research, accelerating their ability to train cutting-edge large models. We're also deepening our investment in the open-source PyTorch framework, working with the PyTorch core team and AMD both to optimize the performance and developer experience for customers running PyTorch on Azure, and to ensure that developers' PyTorch projects work great on AMD hardware. And as part of our long-term partnership with AMD, I'm excited to share that Azure will be the first public cloud to deploy clusters of AMD's flagship MI200 GPUs for large-scale AI training. We've already started testing these clusters using some of our own AI workloads with great performance. And all of this is happening in Azure. Not only is it the fastest cloud, but it provides developers with the most choice and flexibility from end to end throughout the entire stack. But ultimately, the point of having all this power to train all of these large models is to make sure that they operate as platforms that we can put into your hands to do great things with. Massive scale and research papers and benchmark results are important, but the true test of these systems we're building is whether you, who are building the software and apps that will power the future, can do cool stuff. To make these systems truly valuable, it must be easy and cost-effective to deploy large models using computing resources wherever they exist. As you heard from Satya yesterday, we're ushering in a new era of hybrid AI development where large-scale training happens in the Azure cloud and inference can be optimized for your local device in silicon, the cloud, or both. We call this concept the hybrid loop, and we believe it's a breakthrough that will make platform models more accessible than ever before. You can imagine how it can enable a co-pilot-like experience on every device and for every developer, no matter what kind of compute resources you have. We've just seen some pretty incredible AI tools and experiences, and nearly all of it is available for you to try out today. But there's still a phenomenal amount of creativity and possibility ahead of us that AI can unlock in the future. Last month, OpenAI introduced the successor to DALL-E, an AI model it introduced last year. DALL-E creates original, realistic images and art from simple natural language descriptions. You just describe the scene you're imagining, and it brings it to life. It's still a research project while OpenAI, Microsoft, and other partners study its capabilities to ensure it can be deployed safely and responsibly. DALL-E and other AI systems like it can create incredible things, but we have to remember that these are our tools. Only if they're paired with human ingenuity can we get something truly special. And when that happens, these tools have extraordinary potential to empower people to express themselves in new ways and unlock the creativity that's always been within all of us.
Who here has a big imagination? Today in class, we're gonna get to think about how we use our imagination to solve some of the biggest problems in the world. Grab your marker, grab something to sketch with. Think about what matters to you and something that's gonna do good for the world.
What matters to me is like climate change and rising sea levels. So what I would design is like a house that's like on stilts. Like when the sea level is like rising, you could like pull a lever that like brings the house up and down.
My idea is an electric table. It can heat up food and give it to homeless.
I would probably create a soccer ball that has lights so people who don't have power can play with it in the dark.
We could take plastic that would have gone into the ocean and make it into a new shoe.
These ideas are amazing. I cannot wait to see your ideas come to life. And we have some friends that are working with some technology that's gonna make that happen. Should we go check it out? Yeah! All right, come on. This is so exciting. Who's ready?
My idea is a club that helps clean up the creek. What we do with all the trash is make it into other cool stuff. The world could be better with no trash than with more trash.
A computer drew that? This idea, there's like a garden on the moon. We can use some of those gardens for biofuel.
My idea is be an underwater school to help the ocean.
I thought, okay, let's make an efficient sprinkler. Sprinkler that knew exactly what your plant needed.
A robot could go in space and pick up trash.
Keep fighting for the world that you want to see. Keep thinking about big ideas that can make a difference for us and the planet. Your imagination has never been more needed than this moment right now.
I really hope that everything you saw today inspired you to build, create, and develop with AI. Over the coming years, AI is going to make more and more incredible things possible for everyone, but there's also a ton of stuff that's ready for you to try out right now. We want all of you to have access to the tools and the computing power to create AI that's safe, responsible, and that makes the world feel a little more magical. So my challenge to everyone watching is to find something that you can do with AI today, big or small, and just go make it happen. The only limitation is your imagination. Thank you all so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of Build.
Just another one of those nights I needed. Staying up late one more time to piece it. All together now, all together now. I'm gonna ride this out, breaking my back.
Into focus is that it allows all of us to go deeper into topics that are kind of explained a bit more broadly up in the keynotes and the core theme sessions. And I know that next show, as you mentioned, is all about AI and you. So can you give us a teaser for what we can expect?
That's today.
Yeah, it's next.
Yep, that is today.
Well, how about this? Since it's, the show, maybe I can build.
He's here for
something. So early for the dad jokes, man. It's way too early.
Unintended.
Seth's on stage, y'all.
All right. Before we let you go, because it's literally up next, I really am kind of concerned for you.
Yeah, I should probably do something.
If you have been prepared. I know on day one, though, you did have a cool interview with our friend over at Intel. Can you catch anyone who might have missed that? Can you catch them up to speed?
I absolutely did, and I absolutely can. I connected with Intel field engineer Ramon Crespo to chat about the latest ways Intel is teaming up with Microsoft to help make it easier for developers to create solutions from the edge to the cloud, plus how we're partnering on new code for edge AI scenarios to help enhance anomaly detection using eFlow and the Intel OpenVINO toolkit. You can find our conversation as soon as it becomes available on demand later in the featured Partner Showcase under Intel.
I love it. Seth, I mean, you've been doing a great job yesterday. I'm kind of nervous for you today, but I'm really excited for your Into Focus session.
You know, maybe we'll just make something up as we go.
That
is always a super safe bet.
Yeah, I mean, for these kinds of shows, absolutely.
Always works out, you know.
I know. So, okay, I guess we'll let you head off to your Into Focus session.
Yeah, I'm sure the devs will absolutely love you being on the seat of your pants.
Guys, don't worry.
I should probably go do something really quickly.
Yeah, like writing out what your plan is for.
You got this.
For Into Focus and AI. Hopefully you have the talking points set for AI. I mean, Codex is a big one. I'm giving you help here. GitHub Copilot, all that does.
Yeah, so next up, if you're looking to skill up, do we have some news for you? Take it away, Navin.
Hey everyone, Navin Chand here to take you on a tour of the Learning Zone, your destination for training and development. Hopefully by now you've had a chance to explore everything we have to offer. Whether you're a seasoned dev with decades of experience or just starting out in tech, the interactive sessions in the Learning Zone aim to deliver. To find out if Intro to Tech Skills is right for you, we have two of the right people here to help you out. First up is Gwyneth. Gwyneth, thanks for joining us.
Hey, Navin, happy to be here.
Awesome. Hey, can you share who you think could benefit from Intro to Tech Skills and what they can look forward to?
Of course. I think Intro to Tech Skills is for anyone who is looking to change the field they're in tech or get into tech in the first place. If you're looking to build your resume online to stand out with recruiters, there's a session on that. If you're looking to learn which programming language you should use, there is a session on that as well. If you're looking to tackle a technical interview, there's a session on that too. And even if you're an experienced professional in the field, I'm pretty sure there's something new that you could pick up here at Intro to Tech Skills.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Gwyneth. It sounds like there's something for everyone. Now let's bring in Solomon for more perspective. Solomon, thanks for being here.
Hey, Navin. Great to be here with you. Hope you're doing well.
Sweet. So tell me now, what have you seen from these Intro to Tech Skills sessions?
That is such a great question. Previously, we had the Student Zone at Build, and what we noticed is those are people who are joining the Student Zone weren't actually students. And that's something we completely welcome, because what we want is people who are totally new to the industry, people who are job switching, people who are students, whoever you are. Tech Skills is all about having people join from every single part of life.
Thanks, Solomon. Seems like we've got something for everyone. Navigate to the Learning Zone tab at the top of the page, and there you'll find Intro to Tech Skills. Check out the sessions that are right for you today. Gain new skills and level up in the Learning Zone.
We're backstage right now. Yeah, we're backstage here.
I have no idea what's in store with us.
Embrace that it's coming.
The developer can basically take advantage of all of them. What is happening?
It's a tiny house, Amanda.
Here in Alexander Story's hardware, we are really early in our neurodiverse explorations.
You'll be a talking hub. Yeah.
There's a playground.
We really have stood out. We want to make developers happy. We can be true to our mission.
I can take that creativity and build on top of it.
On.net is
your inside source.
Security, identity, friends, our stories,
community, experts,
accessibility, developers. It's us. You will learn how to get started with security,
how to get started with .net,
microservices, the latest technologies,
progressive web apps, and how to build for every platform. I'm your host, Christos Matskas, and I'm a program manager for the Identity Division.
Richard Lander, program manager on the .NET team.
Jamie Singleton, program manager for the .NET community.
Jeremy Lickness, program manager for .NET Data.
Hey folks, Paulin here. I'm very excited to show you some of the unique capabilities we have on Azure for Java and some amazing things that developers are doing with them. we'll talk about containers, Kubernetes, Azure Spring Apps, and JBoss EAP, and show you why Azure is the best platform for Java.
Join me in the breakout session for the Microsoft Store. In this session, we share all the great new things coming to help you get new customers and be more successful on Windows. I look forward to seeing you there.
Hello, I'm Rohit Tadachar, and in my session, I'll be showing an exciting demo that showcases the ability to deploy and accelerate your Nginx cloud migrations with Azure.
So many great sessions in so little time. But truth is, with the catalog available here at Microsoft Build, it can be hard to see everything during the event, and that is where your digital backpack comes in.
Yep. Say you wanted to get in on one of the sessions we just heard about in that last segment. Your first stop will be at the top of the page where it says Sessions and Backpack. Scroll down to the session scheduler and search through the different options.
Remember, the Refine Results area has a ton of tools to help you better search for key themes and topics, as well as levels and even solution areas.
Plus, once you find what you're looking for, simply click Save to Backpack. That will be the on-demand video, additional resources, and more. And all of it will be to your backpack, which can be downloaded after the event into a hyperlinked Word document. So it's perfect for sharing with colleagues, you can follow up with partners, or simply review them again.
Yep. And you also may have noticed a chat window to the right of this player. And that is a great place to react with some of those fantastic emojis. I'm constantly using the shocked emoji whenever
I think there's a lot of mind blown.
So throughout the event, we'll also be pushing up some polls, your favorite, to get to know you better. Our first poll is up, and Sonia, this is a great question to get us started. How many Microsoft Build events have you attended? A, you are a Microsoft Build first-timer. B, you've been to a few. C, please, I'm a seasoned vet of Microsoft Build. Or D, I challenge you to find a Microsoft Build that I haven't attended.
Ooh, I feel like I'm probably a solid B. I've gotten to attend a few in person, which is awesome, back when we had them, on site.
Yeah.
Never made it to SF, though, but the Seattle ones I did.
Yep.
Yeah, and then now virtually, but I don't know if I would call myself a veteran quite yet.
Yeah, I don't know what counts as vet status, but this is build number 5 for me, so.
Ooh, that's pretty good considering you've been at Microsoft for 5 years.
So it works out. So make sure to answer that poll question and look for more in chat throughout the event.
Now, let's check in with that Windows PC build. Windows Terminal PM, Kayla Cinnamon, is moments away from bringing her Windows PC to life. Kayla, what have you got? I can't contain my excitement.
Thanks, Sonia. Well, yesterday I spent the day building this Windows PC from scratch. Took about 4 hours, so not a Guinness World Record as we might have guessed at the beginning. So let's take a look at how I built this Windows PC yesterday first. So first I just took the bag off the motherboard and then I put in some RAM sticks for memory. And this is the SSD storage card going in. We have a backplate for the CPU cooler going underneath the motherboard, and this is the CPU cooler itself. I'm just putting the brackets on. And then here are the 3 fans I installed into the front of the case for extra cooling. And this is the big CPU installation moment that had all of us sweating here in the studio. This is the top of the case I'm just reinstalling so that we can put the CPU cooler radiator on top. This is the CPU cooler itself in entirety. I'm just carefully lowering this into the case to make sure it sits all right. And then I'm just adding the thermal paste, which we saw yesterday with Scott Hanselman and Felicia Shaw, about a pea-sized amount. And this is the CPU cooler that's going right on top of that thermal paste on the CPU to make sure it's all spread out evenly. And here I'm just peeling off the plastic on the motherboard. You don't want to leave this here in case it gets too hot and possibly melts onto the motherboard. That would be really bad. And here I'm just doing up the final wiring to make sure everything's connected to the power supply. So we should be good to turn it on after the power supply is inserted into the case itself. So now we're going to actually see if it turns on. So first I'm going to actually do the satisfying pull of removing the plastic from the glass front. Oh yeah. This is the best part, is pulling the plastic off. We're just gonna throw that over there. All right, so first is the switch on the back. You might see the motherboard light up. And then, oh, sweet! Look at that! Looks like it works. So you might have noticed that I took out the pre-installed fans and replaced them with these RGB fans here in the front, and that's because I wanted the whole thing to light up like Times Square. And when you're installing fans, you'll want to make sure that you have an even number of intake and exhaust fans, so total the number's even. So we have 3 intake fans in the front. Intake fans will go on the front and the bottom of the case, and exhaust fans, which I have 2 on the top and 1 on the back, help get that hot air out of the computer to make sure everything stays cool. So adding more fans doesn't mean it'll be louder, it just helps with airflow, and this computer is actually quite silent. So it looks like we have some questions from the audience. Why is that PC so large? That came up a few times yesterday. So we wanted to make sure there was room for any upgrades that we wanted to add later, and it's a really nice case for development so that we have enough room to get our hands in there, or sorry, for demoing the build to make sure we have enough room to get our hands in there and everything. And then why a liquid-cooled CPU cooler instead of just using the pre-installed fans or a CPU cooler with a fan? Since this is a development machine, we wanted to make sure the CPU was efficiently cooled, and that's kind of why we spent the upgrade to make sure that we had a liquid cooler, and that's pretty cool to have like a liquid cooling thing inside the machine itself. So use the hashtag MSBuild and send me your questions, and check in with me later today to see all the custom accessories I'm going to add. You'll also get to see me do a full developer demo using this Windows PC that I just built. So things I'm going to be showing off are Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, Windows Terminal, and Windows Terminal Preview, Windows Subsystem for Linux, and also PowerToys. So you won't want to miss that. So we'll be back to Leslie and Sonia in the studio right after this.
We pick up and deliver millions of packages going to thousands and thousands of addresses, and it has to be all planned out. It can be very complex. eStar is an effort to modernize our pickup and delivery operations.
The challenge that we were trying to solve was scalability. Traditionally, we've had very static infrastructure.
It was not able to scale up or scale down either, so we would have that infrastructure consuming cost when we were not putting any workload on it.
We had to have a system that was flexible and could expand and grow as our company does.
And that's where we looked at Azure.
We started pretty new to Azure. We worked with Microsoft consultants and formulated a solid architectural run solution.
Everything that we work on is mainly Java.
We were able to leverage our existing Java and Spring Boot framework to act as a bridge between on-premises and Azure.
We don't have to really build from scratch. So we just need to plug in the Java libraries. Everything was there.
We're utilizing Azure Spring Apps to deploy our Java applications. That application then pulls off an event-driven messaging queue and then integrates with Azure File Share and the storage queue to trigger an AKS pod. Whenever we publish a message to that storage queue, Kubernetes event-driven architecture, KEDA, helps us to scale up every time a request comes in instead of on CPU or memory scaling.
We were able to start from nothing to the end product within 6 months.
We can already see that we are able to scale up within minutes to process hundreds of requests, but also scale down to reduce cost. We are going to roll this solution out globally.
The success of eStar in Azure, we had many different teams approach us and ask us, how did we do it? So we've had many sessions of explaining our architecture.
So that's a very positive, and it's a pride for us.
You can't just walk into a store. There's no, I saw that in the window and I loved it. It felt like, at least from the fashion world, they didn't care enough about me to even want my money. It was worth less to them than someone who was smaller than me. I wanted girls to have a more positive shopping experience than I had. And so I said, if no one else is gonna make it, like, screw it, I'll make it. Using Windows 11, we're building a super transparent way to show plus-size women that they have more options. I use Snap Assist constantly. I'm working on designs for social media content, editing videos. I could just tap the thing I want with my finger, which feels like a very natural motion to just be like, I want that. We've created a space where you can just say, this sucks, let's help fix it together. Let's build community around it. Let's support one another. And if we can make things truly size inclusive, we're going to make a more positive world. And with Windows 11, I'm working on it.
When you're little and you see the tickets
to Your Gamer half price. You're wearing the boys' hand-me-down uniforms. You just ask why. Right now, a lot of female basketball players are wearing men's and children's sneakers. Children's? Children's. I don't think there's a good reason why. I made a brand built by and for female basketball players. I'm using Windows 11 because one day I am the CFO, the other day I am the box designer. What helps me is Snap Assist. It lets me put all of these applications on the screen at the same time. We're not asking other people to make shoes for us. I've got the tools I need. I found myself really using the touchscreen. Windows 11 felt like something that I had been wanting for so long, and we're going to have female players playing in sneakers that fit their feet better. They lace it up, and they know they're betting on themselves.
Three, two, one.
Here we go!
I use DevOps every single day when I'm deploying into Azure. Whether it's different tooling like Azure DevOps or GitHub and GitHub Actions, I'm deploying into Azure continuously with continuous integration, continuous delivering, and using tooling like infrastructure as code. DevOps is part of my everyday life.
I use DevOps every day to solve complicated challenges that our enterprise customers are facing.
I use DevOps every day, from planning work to cutting code in the cloud to CI/CD and then monitoring what's in production.
I use DevOps every single day by leveraging GitHub Actions and advanced security to demonstrate to customers how to build out secure software development pipelines and how to take an idea all the way into production securely.
All right, we have been checking in with Twitter all day, and we've gotten some great reactions, and we're gonna share them with you. All right, let's take a look. All right, we've got one over here. Avanad bringing a strong presence to Microsoft Build UK today. That's awesome. I love coming together with our partners. I love that they're getting, that hybrid experience together. We get to be here in real life too, so I'm glad we're kind of doing a hybrid.
Yeah, we're getting there. Speaking of hybrid, this group has gone full virtual. From Gabriel over here, we had a magical watch party in Frame VR, of course, where we watched Frame up on the main stage at MS Build. Had to hold back a tear or two. That's pretty meta. Learn about Frame in Frame. I like it.
I love it. And then over here, we got one from Erwin. Looking at the Codex demo in MS Build reminds me a lot of the Teleos Power Hour episode, where one of our DANs, Joshua, used MS Bot Framework to manipulate a screen from A-Frame VR. Very, very cool stuff with Codex.
Yeah, Codex was ever present in that keynote. And keep those tweets coming. Let us know how you are watching the event and what you're learning, and don't forget to use the hashtag MSBuild so we can see what you've got to say. And wow, I mean, it's hard to believe that we are only a few hours into Microsoft Build Day 2, and we've already done so much.
So much, and we're just getting started. Later today, we'll dive into the world of low-code and collaborative apps with more Microsoft Into Focus shows. It's a great way to learn more about some of those headlines coming out of the event from some key Microsoft experts and industry analysts.
Yeah, speaking of key Microsoft experts, Seth, what are you doing here?
What? Well, the snacks are real. Like, I'm in the shadows here.
You're just crinkling away.
The snacks are really good here.
Yeah.
And I thought, they let me do this last year. I thought I would hang out a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I'm getting like a little nervous for you just hanging out over here. I know.
Yeah. Like, don't you have Into Focus to prepare still?
We could just make it up as we go, right? I have teammates and stuff.
Yeah, you can just grab your Surface Pro and just take some notes down.
And not only that, I have a lot of snacks available to me here, and I'm excited to be here. I thought maybe we could hang out.
Yeah, what you snacking on?
Yeah,
just some corn nuts. Nice.
Yeah,
the snacks are better here.
You did tell me to not get near you when I did the cornets. So look, and also, hold on. Also, ever since Kevin Scott's keynote, I've been really, really wanted to do something with AI. That was literally inspiring. So I'm just going to go.
Yeah, maybe instead of loitering here,
Okay,
you should
I'm going to go.
go do something about it.
I'm going to go. So.
All right.
So I was super inspired by Kevin's keynote, talked all about AI. I heard that you're the guy to talk to about doing stuff with AI. So since we're in a conference, I thought, why not build a conference app? What can I do to get started?
I get a lot of questions about how AI can help accelerate business change and how people can get started. In fact, we've seen AI and machine learning fuel innovation across a wide range of scenarios, from knowledge mining to predictive analytics, from speech transcription to computer vision. These applications of AI enable organizations to be both more effective and more efficient, automating processes to free their teams to focus on more impactful work and infusing cutting-edge intelligence into their applications to uncover new insights and unlock avenues of future growth. The tools available to developers are growing as well. Emerging out-of-the-box services and pre-built AI models enable developers to get started building enterprise-grade AI faster than ever before. At the same time, machine learning platforms are enabling developers to reach new heights of sophistication and scale with advanced MLOps for building and managing custom models. We've been doing fundamental research in AI since the start of Microsoft Research over 30 years ago. In the last 4 years, the breakthroughs we've had, from object recognition to speech recognition to machine reading and comprehension, they've all accelerated. In fact, just last month on the popular NoCaps benchmark, our model beat the performance of people attempting the same tests. More than 45,000 customers are currently using Azure AI, including 90% of the Fortune 500, driving innovation across industries and around the world. Our customers come from a broad spectrum of industries, from established leaders investing in modernizing their businesses with a trusted platform for enterprise-grade AI, to new entrants driving innovation with AI from the ground up. Our foundation of breakthrough research, combined with deep learning algorithms, massive training data, and the powerful Azure computing infrastructure, have been the driving force in our AI evolution and in building our AI portfolio. The AI platform is how we bring all elements together to meet the needs of customers. The Azure AI Stack allows you to start with scenario-specific AI services using the applied AI services. It also allows you to leverage customizable, high-quality AI models with cognitive services across vision, speech, and language. The stack also gives you the flexibility to build your own custom models using Azure Machine Learning. You can start as high as you want and go as low as you need. As you saw in Kevin's session, we've seen a lot of ongoing innovation in foundation models for AI. For example, our first foundation model for vision, which is codenamed Florence, was trained on billions of images and text. By training a model on language and vision together, a multimodal model, it's able to recognize and label objects that it hasn't even been trained on before, a technique called zero-shot learning. Capabilities powered by this model will be made available in a preview as one of our cognitive services in the coming months. These innovations enable interesting scenarios like using a freestyle text query to search objects in an image or within a large set of images or video. Today, we're announcing that the Azure OpenAI service is in preview. Customers can apply for access now. The Azure OpenAI service combines OpenAI's models with the enterprise capabilities of Azure. Customers can leverage large-scale generative models with deep understanding of language and code to enable new reasoning and comprehension capabilities for building cutting-edge applications. The service can be used for a variety of use cases, such as writing assistance, code generation, and reasoning over data. From financial services to insurance to healthcare, we're seeing new and cutting-edge applications of the Azure OpenAI service. One example we're seeing is in medical billing. The Azure OpenAI service helps extract and summarize this billing content in a way that speeds up the entire billing process. And this is only the beginning. Let's take a deeper look into what CarMax, one of our first Azure OpenAI service customers, is doing. CarMax's use of Azure OpenAI service is enabling their shoppers to access information in a way that they've never been able to before.
Car buying is a big decision. It's the second largest thing a person will do after buying a home. CarMax disrupted the industry by bringing honesty and transparency. We have tens of thousands of cars on our website or through our app. And without talking to a human being, customers can get overwhelmed.
The challenge that we had was that we only could create so much content. There's manual effort, there's research, the writing, there's the proofreading.
Our writers can only produce so much content a month. It would have taken them years to produce enough pages to be relevant.
Azure OpenAI service allows us to summarize all of the custom reviews and put it in a simple to read and understandable sentence.
We're able to take content and feedback from a lot of other customers, curate it, and create this very tailored content for a specific car.
Through the fine-tuning process, we're at 80% of the content goes through without a human needing to be involved. We're estimating an individual would take 11 years to do what OpenAI service has done in days. We have seen a significant increase in our search engine optimization.
Now, the editorial team, they're able to focus their time on the areas most beneficial to the company and to our customers. There's so much possibility with OpenAI service. We're innovating at a scale, at a pace like never before. It's going to change everything we do.
With the growing adoption of AI also comes an imperative to make sure that developers are using and creating AI responsibly. To help model builders design, test, and manage models with responsible AI in mind, today we're announcing the Responsible AI Dashboard and Scorecard. The RAI Dashboard is a single pane of glass bringing together several mature responsible AI tools in the area of interpretability, fairness assessment and mitigation, error analysis, causal inference, and counterfactual analysis. This is part of our larger effort on the Responsible AI Toolbox to integrate a variety of Microsoft RAI tooling in one central place. Seth wants to build a conference app using AI. He's going to need a lot of help. Do me a favor. Teach him.
That's impossible.
If you want me to quit, just tell me.
I knew I should have taken that job at LinkedIn.
You know, I'm actually really excited about AI. But on the other hand, I have watched a lot of Terminator movies. I could totally make an AI business. Or I could move to a cabin in the woods, learn some karate. You didn't even see that coming. I made myself a yellow belt. Picture this, a conference AI app that looks at your pinky toe, knows what kind of programmer you are. A conference AI app that looks at your left eyebrow and knows if you're going to be a good worker. A conference AI app that knows how you feel. Oh no, what you're thinking.
Being responsible with AI is a core feature of everything we do. Responsible AI at Microsoft begins with our AI principles: fairness and inclusiveness, reliability and safety, privacy and security, and transparency and accountability. These principles tell us what we want to achieve with each AI system we create. To implement them, we need to think about three things. First, how to govern the AI system responsibly. Second, how to develop it responsibly. And finally, how to use it responsibly. Let's take a look at how we did this for Azure OpenAI as an example. Before you even start building an AI system, you need to think about the potential benefits, harms, and appropriate uses of it. For example, with Azure OpenAI, the model has this amazing potential benefit that it can be used to generate content or code to help humans be more productive. However, without the right design, it also has the potential to generate incorrect or even harmful content. Once you understand the potential benefits and risk, you need to design and build the system to ensure that it will work robustly and fairly for the intended uses. You may need to add further controls to mitigate any other potential risk you identified. As part of developing Azure OpenAI, we created a responsible AI system that works alongside the core model to automatically filter harmful outputs so customers and users don't need to worry about them. You also need to think about the use of the AI system. A system could be developed responsibly, but used incorrectly or in an application for which it's not well suited. For Azure OpenAI, to enable customers and end users to use it responsibly, they need to understand the strengths and weaknesses of the system. For example, because it may generate incorrect facts at times, the user should review any output before moving forward with it. We've released responsible AI documentation that helps customers understand how it works, and we've provided UX design patterns to help customers design their application to empower users to use GPT-3 effectively. This is an example of an AI system that we have developed responsibly for others to use, which is one of the benefits of using Azure Cognitive Services. If you're building your own AI system, then you need to go through this process as well. Fortunately, we have tools in Azure Machine Learning, like the new Responsible AI dashboard, to help you do this for your AI systems.
So this feels like a lot. Are people actually doing this?
There's a way to be responsible with AI. Let me show you something.
Gosh, why did I become a surgeon? My greatest responsibility is that of my patients. They're at the heart of everything.
Surgery is a significant decision. Previously, when we have a conversation with the patient, we would discuss the risks, but they really haven't been able to be personalised enough.
Predicting the risk of surgery is a really complicated process, and surgery is irreversible. So we need to make sure that we're operating on the right people for the right reasons, using machine learning and artificial intelligence to understand risk of surgery is just right at the very forefront of technological change. And the responsible AI is absolutely key.
And the beauty of this system is that we can say what goes into that conclusion, and that helps the patients and the clinicians understand what is driving that particular risk. Currently, 220 different fields go into the model. Basic demographics, age, other aspects like social deprivation, the past medical history, blood tests.
The Responsible AI dashboard from Microsoft does help us have more meaningful conversations with the patients or a clinical team. Being able to offset those inherent biases, which we all have, is really important for the clinician because they can make a sound judgment and use the tools available to them to provide the best possible care to their patients.
Giving them a personalised view about what their particular risk is does empower people to be able to make decisions about their lives. And that is really what we need to be doing with consent, is making it as personal as possible to them.
For patients, ultimately this is going to provide them the treatment they need so that they recover faster, they're able to do the things in life that they wanted to do, that are struggling because of a condition that we can do something about. Such a privilege to be involved in that.
Picture this, an AI-powered robot, don't mind the square head, I know that's weird, square mouth, choose your food, powered by AI. So you have flan, although there is two schools of thought on that. A good spicy paella would be delicious for it to chew. Have you ever choked on a meatball? I have. It doesn't come out. AI chewing robot. Question?
So what exactly are you trying to accomplish here?
Yeah, so I don't even know how to get started.
Sometimes getting started with AI is as simple as getting started with AI. In fact, at Microsoft, we aim to bring world-class AI within the reach of every developer without requiring machine learning expertise. Our applied AI and cognitive services consist of specific scenario services that allow you to accelerate time to value when building AI solutions for common business challenges, such as Azure Form Mechanizer for document intelligence or Azure Cognitive Search for knowledge mining. Applied AI services are built on the foundation of Azure Cognitive Services, which encompasses high-quality AI models for vision, speech, language, and decision-making. Each AI service provides pre-built models to help you get started quickly. You can also bring your own data to customize on top of these models to increase model accuracy for your scenarios. Our portfolio of services are designed for developers and data science and can be used in any app by making simple REST API calls or via the SDK, which help you configure those API calls easily. For example, say you want to expedite checking in at a conference. You could use Azure Form Mechanizer to automatically extract the fields from things like a vaccine record or even an ID. Or maybe you want to have your conference Q&A documents available in multiple languages using the document translation service. Additionally, folks might want to summarize the conference docs using document summarization. Maybe you want to get more session feedback. I can imagine a combination of text-to-speech and sentiment analysis to get a super quick review right as folks leave a session. Today, we're excited to announce new updates for Applied AI in preview. New pre-builts in Azure Form Mechanizer for vaccine and insurance card, and added layout understanding capabilities for paragraph, headers, and titles to enable more precise text extraction. We also continue to focus on language expansion, adding new languages to our pre-built models such as invoices and business cards. Power Virtual Agents will be incorporating additional Azure Bot Service Composer capabilities, such as new authoring canvas, rich responses, event-driven, and contextual triggers, as well as new telephony channels to further cater to pro developers, all available in gated preview. Also, Azure Metrics Advisor, new auto-tuning capability in preview, enables you to customize the service to surface just the anomalies that matter to you. Through the guided experience, you provide detection preferences such as level of sensitivity and anomaly pattern to tailor the model to suit your needs. We're also excited to announce the following updates to Azure Cognitive Services. You've already heard from Eric about Azure OpenAI in preview. In addition to that, Cognitive Services for Language now offer summarization for documents and conversations, which quickly surface the key information. The service also has several capabilities now generally available, such as custom named entity recognition. This helps identify your specific terms in your specific text. We are also introducing custom text classification, which organizes and categorizes text with your domain-specific labels, like a support ticket or an invoice. Finally, conversation language understanding is the next generation of language understanding, bringing improved accuracy, built-in multilingual capabilities, and much more. We're also announcing that translator document translation capability is now generally available. Scan PDF were previously inaccessible for machine translation, but now this most common document type can be automatically translated while keeping the original formatting perfect for a conference app.
So you're saying all I have to do to use AI is just call a service?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Take a look.
In September of 2021, when the Canadian government mandated for all employees of a federally chartered company to be vaccinated, Air Canada fall into that category. We wanted to make sure that we did some level of checking to have compliance and ensure that that was done.
Let me tell you about Air Canada AI team a bit. It's a fairly new team that was created about 3 years now.
And the team tackles a range of different projects from revenue management to cargo. The team itself is about roughly 50 to 70 people.
I would say that there was no exact plan on how this data would be validated.
For the vaccine, we had to validate 1,000 submissions.
We had multiple languages. We had submissions from all the different types of vaccines, and we also had submissions from multiple countries as well.
You have PDF files, other times you have like pictures, some pictures that are not straight. Initially, it was like let's capture the information and find out how we can make sense out of it.
We had to first produce a working prototype. We only had roughly 2 months to do all of that.
We worked with Microsoft to build our solution. We relied on Form Recognizer a lot to be able to extract not only digital document, but also like picture containing handwritten information.
We are able to recognize just through the first pass over 70% of the 30,000 submissions.
That's really what made the project so successful, that everybody was working to deliver a solution, and we had great help within Microsoft collaboration to deliver that on time.
Really exciting for Air Canada going forward, thinking about different initiatives and projects that we have on the horizon.
Example that I can give is we have some maintenance sheet. These are printed documents, and we want to extract information from these printed documents.
We're just scratching the surface of what AI can do within the airline industry. We're really excited to collaborate with Microsoft for future projects.
So listen, Abe, I'm thinking, what if we built an AI model that generated heroic copy for our conference?
That sounds like something custom, right?
Is that hard to do?
Taking custom models from idea to business value is hard. Add the need for collaboration, governance, security, etc. It seems like this task becomes impossible. Thankfully, we have Azure Machine Learning. Azure ML is a service for accelerating and managing your machine learning project lifecycle. Machine learning professionals, data scientists, and engineers can use Azure ML in their day-to-day workflow to train, deploy, and monitor models. For example, data scientists can experiment and train models using Azure ML notebooks, where they'll have enhanced productivity tools like code suggestions. They'll also have access to the Azure ML Python SDK v2 to do common ML tasks like uploading a model to the Azure ML registry for collaboration across their team. As for the ML engineers, they'll be able to easily collaborate with data scientists while using a world-class editor like VS Code running on the Azure ML compute. They'll be able to easily productionalize data science notebooks by converting them to Azure ML components, and will be able to create reproducible pipelines for MLOps. Lastly, they'll be able to work with the team to securely deploy the custom ML models to production with the new V2 Azure ML CLI. Azure ML bridges the gap within ML teams, provides a platform for teammates to work collaboratively, and helps teams deliver ML models into production faster. This platform will continue to grow, and today I'm proud to announce some new releases. You heard from Eric and Sarah about the new Responsible AI dashboard and scorecard. Today, we're announcing the general availability of Managed Endpoints, which simplifies deploying large-scale machine learning models for both real-time and batch inferencing with an intuitive developer interface. Additionally, we are launching a host of features in preview for automated ML, such as support for NLP and image tasks, generation of model training code, and other enhancements for product integration and MLOps in Azure ML. On top of that, we're very proud to announce our new Python SDK v2 preview is going to be released. This further simplifies the developer experience, especially for those who love Python. If you love using the terminal and command line, don't worry, we have you covered. We're also proud to announce the general availability of the V2 command line interface, which allows users to participate in the ML lifecycle without needing to learn specific programming language. Lastly, we're announcing integration with RStudio Workbench, which allows users familiar with R to use Azure ML more natively.
Would you like some? Gross. Listen, this AI is going to be amazing. So, how about we use AI to limit access to our AI with AI?
You could, but have you talked to Sarah about doing this responsibly?
So I really wasn't paying attention.
Great.
She's right behind me.
Having the right tool makes a world of difference when it comes to building custom AI models responsibly. The Azure Machine Learning Responsible AI Dashboard and Scorecard helps put into practice the 3 pillars of responsible AI that Sarah mentioned earlier, available through a variety of working methods, such as the newly available Code-First CLI v2 and public previewed SDK v2 experiences, as well as a no-code UI experience from the Azure Machine Learning Studio UI. When you're developing your ML model, you can easily assess your model during training and testing time with the Responsible AI Dashboard. You can evaluate your models with reproducible and automated workflows to assess model fairness, explainability, error analysis, and causal analysis, as well as model performance and exploratory data analysis. For instance, in this ML app that Seth built, the model will unfairly favor those who are using spaces instead of tabs and not living in Antarctica when providing access to the application we built. When you're ready to use your ML model, you can make real-life interventions and policies with causal analysis in the Responsible AI Dashboard and generate a Responsible AI scorecard for trained ML models in your Azure Machine Learning workspace at deployment time. When this ML app is deployed and in use, it's important to build confidence in its predictions when allocating opportunity to all programmers. Finally, to govern your ML models, you can export and share Azure Machine Learning's Responsible AI scorecard for your models as a PDF report to contextualize responsible AI metrics with both technical and non-technical audiences, bringing stakeholders along as well as assisting in compliance review. Hopefully, with these new tools, you will be empowered to take the next step and start developing, using, and governing your machine learning models responsibly. Seth, your ML model disproportionately favors those who use spaces instead of tabs, and also those programmers not living in Antarctica?
Well, spaces all the way. And with real estate prices, Antarctica would make a great summer location.
Seth.
What's up?
You're late. I have one rule around here. If you're not 10 minutes early, you're late.
Sad TikToks.
So, Seth,
Yes.
you talked to a lot of people today. Tell me what you learned.
I feel like maybe if I say too much.
No, Seth, I promise.
Okay.
We're not going to cut you off.
Okay. And I think the most important takeaway for me was how.
To summarize, the Azure AI portfolio supports many different approaches for getting started with AI. Whether harnessing new document models in Form Recognizer, building models from the ground up with Azure Machine Learning, or even using a combination of different approaches. Hopefully, you've also learned that responsible AI is at the core of every stage of building an AI app, and that assessing models for fairness is easier than ever with the new Responsible AI Dashboard and Scorecard. We're excited to announce these powerful innovations across every layer of the Azure AI portfolio, and we can't wait to see how developers continue to use these tools to build powerful, responsible AI applications.
That's what I learned. It's been amazing. Look, we're in a conference right now. Do you want to go back and maybe answer some questions?
Let's go.
Let's do it. So look, I was telling you that the Ninja Turtle with the stick is the best one.
Yeah, but it's all about the bandana. And
Yeah,
that's
oh,
the
that's
thing that
true.
makes the big difference to me is like who's got the coolest looking bandana.
I know. And I was going to wear a bandana for this, but they told me I couldn't.
Yeah, bandanas are they're kind of a little.
Oh, look at that!
Wow.
All right, Eric. That was so much fun. Thanks for helping me out, my friend.
Always happy to help you out and happy to work with such the wonderful people on the team and, of course, have a little fun at your expense.
Yeah, I always have fun at my expense, too, so that's great. I have no idea what you're talking about, by the way. I didn't feel any of that. And hey, look who's here. It's our MVPs joining us via Microsoft Teams. Hello, everyone. All right, it's good to be here. We're going to get to their questions in a moment. But first, we did actually build something.
We did, actually. Take a look at this conference app that we've built. It's pretty amazing how we've put all the pieces together and actually built a real app using AI. I mean, why don't you tell us a little more about it?
Yeah, so right here, easy check-in with Form Recognizer. If you have documents, you can translate them and keep the same structure. You can see there's got to be 50 billion languages there. I can't see. It's really small over here for me.
A lot.
But notice it keeps the structure. It's a PDF. If you want to summarize large documents, you know like your emails are kind of long. So take I can summarize your emails now. Read them. I can also talk, because getting feedback from conferences is hard. Imagine being able to talk into your phone and being able to know right away, oh, you were not happy. And then finally, the pièce de résistance. I'm not very good at marketing, and so this is a GPT-2 model running in Azure Machine Learning. Take a look at this conference app, marketing copy generator. This epic conference will be held at least 20 years hence. Obviously,
in the future.
Yeah, and if it's going to be in 20 years, it's going to be really good.
Right.
I'm pretty sure. Finally, this is my favorite. The conference learnings will, best marketing copy ever, will be given.
They will be given.
Yeah. We shall be sitting then, reclining in a large room. I could not have written this.
It's almost like Homer wrote it.
It's almost like Homer wrote it, indeed.
And, if you actually want to see how we built this, make sure to tune in to Breakout 13, where we show the first few tabs of the app, and Breakout 21, where we build the heroic marketing copy generator.
Amazing. And you can find those breakout sessions via the session scheduler. Before we continue, though, any more additional announcements?
There are a few indeed, Seth. So we at Microsoft are committed to advancing AI so that every person or organization on the planet can achieve more. In addition to evolving AI through Microsoft research-driven AI breakthroughs that are implemented in Azure tools and services customers can use today, Microsoft also works with other organizations to help the global AI community evolve, expand, and thrive. Today, Microsoft is announcing several key partnerships, including Meta and Hugging Face. Meta, previously known as Facebook, has selected Azure as a strategic cloud provider to accelerate AI research and development. As part of the agreement, Meta will expand its use of Azure supercomputing power to accelerate AI research and development for its Meta AI group. Meta will use a dedicated Azure cluster of 5,400 GPUs using the latest virtual machine series in Azure, the NDM A100 V4 series, which features NVIDIA A100 Tensor Core 80 gig GPUs for some of their large-scale AI research workloads. Meta recently trained the OPT 175 billion parameter model on this Azure cluster, and along with OpenAI and Microsoft, this really showcases how the largest models are being built on Azure. In addition, Meta and Microsoft will collaborate to scale PyTorch adoption on Azure and accelerate developers' journey from experimentation to production. In the coming months, Microsoft will build new PyTorch development accelerators to facilitate rapid implementation of PyTorch-based solutions on Azure. Microsoft will also continue providing enterprise-grade support for PyTorch to enable customers and partners to deploy PyTorch models in production, both on the cloud and on the edge.
This is really cool, but you mentioned something about Hugging Face, which I'm a huge fan of.
Of course. I'm also excited to announce that Hugging Face is a new Azure partner doing cutting-edge AI on Azure. Hugging Face has been on a mission to democratize good machine learning. With their Transformers open source library and the Hugging Face Hub, they're enabling the global AI community to build state-of-the-art machine learning models and applications in an open and collaborative way. Every day, over 100,000 people all over the world download more than 1 million models and datasets to solve real-world business problems with AI. At Microsoft, we're committing to sharing our latest AI innovations with the community and investing in contributing to open source. In fact, Microsoft has contributed to over 150 state-of-the-art machine learning models on Hugging Face to do amazing things like automatically analyze PDF documents or detect objects in images, or power semantic search experiences, or even transcribe speech automatically. I'm excited we're bringing together the best of Hugging Face and Azure platform, and to offer our customers new integrated experiences that build on the secure, compliant, and responsible AI foundation that we have in Azure ML, our MLOps platform. If you haven't already, please check out Hugging Face's build session where their CEO and head of product discuss this partnership further.
Well, this is awesome. You saw some of the B-roll of some of the features, but make sure you go to that session. Well, like I've mentioned before, we have our wonderful MVPs joining us in Together mode via Teams. Hello. Look at these. These are such nice people. And they also have some burning questions. So let's get to them right now, and helping us, always available to us, Sarah Bird. Man, did I time that right? Boom!
Sarah Bird.
Back at the office. We left you at the office. Sorry about that, Sarah. She's amazing.
Sorry, I missed the long walk.
I know. She's amazing. I know we ribbed her a little, but honestly, when we talk about our AI, it's super important. We always consult with her.
She's our expert on everything responsible AI. So yeah, we look for information all the time.
All right. So now let's throw it to one of our MVPs, Makedi Ohana Esteban Candido, content creator at Explicami. What's your question, my friend?
Yeah, it's great to be here. Well, my question is, what are the 3 biggest challenges that Microsoft sees for AI in the coming years, and how are you preparing to be part of this journey?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, it's a great question, and something we think about a lot of what's coming up and what's next in AI. And so if I were to say the 3 biggest challenges, one is, we've seen these really large language models like GPT-3, and, they're really powerful and amazing, the types of things that they can do. And now we're working a lot with customers to figure out how do we take that power and really bring it into the applications that customers are really going to value and use. And so there's a lot of work with customers hand in hand to figure out exactly what these scenarios are and how do we set things up just right to really make things work the way that our customers are looking for them to. Probably the second thing is pretty related to that is these models are really large, and so we're spending a lot of time focusing on how do we make it efficient to serve these at scale. How do we reduce the cost of serving? How do we use the latest and advanced hardware to really accelerate the models and the inferencing speed of it? And so a lot of time and effort going into that as well. The third thing I'd probably say is with AI just exploding over the last, 5 years, even decade, it's still too hard to use. And so we spend a lot of our time working with customers trying to simplify the way that they can take AI and use it in their applications. Everything from the things that we're doing in Azure Machine Learning to make things simple to, more packaged solutions like our cognitive services and making those really easy to consume.
That's cool. I mean, there's a lot of innovation. I love the large language model stuff.
Yeah, it's really exciting, the way that that's really changed the industry. Transformer.
See? Transformer. All right, joining us next is Ivana Tilka, Technical Innovation Evangelist, 3XM Group. Hi, Ivana. What's your question, my friend?
Hi, Eric. Hi, Seth. My question would be, what are some use cases of Azure OpenAI that companies are taking advantage of right now?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, some of the things that we're seeing are, this model predicts text, but what we really want to do is have it do really useful things like, Seth mentioned summarizing emails, right? And so can you take text and summarize it? We've worked with CarMax, and we talked about them, how they're looking at all of these customer reviews of cars and all the different car models and how they can sort of put that together. It's a massive amount of customer-generated content. And to be able to figure out what are the salient points from that and summarize that so that customers can read what other people said about this car and really trust and understand it without having to go through just tons and tons of models and things like that. So we've seen a lot of use cases like that. We've also, obviously, with Copilot, we see a lot of natural language to code scenarios. And it's even, Copilot is sort of the actual coding example, but it's expanding to a lot of places where, you can use a 3D modeling engine and use natural language to say, move this object around or things like that. So we're seeing a lot of that type of use cases as well. And then, of course, bots and, being able to use those in customer support scenarios where now the AI models really understand the language that we're talking and are much richer in terms of how they can respond to you. So yeah, we think a lot about all of that.
Sarah, any thoughts on large language models? What's exciting about them for you? Azure OpenAI specifically.
I think Azure OpenAI has been a great opportunity for us to really innovate in responsible AI as well, right? We actually need the technology to more deeply understand language and understand what people are saying to ensure that we're saying the things we want to say. And so this has been a really great chance for us to build the, Azure OpenAI safety system around the core models to really improve the quality of the output of those models. And so I think this is just the beginning where, language is an incredibly powerful technology, and there's so much potential for us to really have it work well in every single scenario. And so responsible AI is a key part of that.
That's a perfect segue. Amazing question so far. Someone asked me this, just as a segue, as part of the RAI approaches, how do we ensure that humans are still in the loop, as well as new folks and younger generations who will use and support this in the future? Sarah?
Yeah, this is a great question, and keeping humans in control is one of our core, responsible AI values. Now, how we do this depends a lot on the scenario or the domain. In some cases, it might be perfectly fine to have humans carefully design the end-to-end system and review that and monitor the output or monitor it in an ongoing way. However, in higher stakes domains or places where an error might have a higher impact, then you're going to want to look at other patterns. Like we may want humans to be inserted in the application to check for errors, or we may want humans to take the output and do a full review and go and use that. So for example, in Copilot today, the code that is generated is just a suggestion for the developer, and the developer can take that, they can edit it, they're still going to put it through their normal software development process. And so ultimately, it's a tool to aid humans, but not full automation. And so all of these different design patterns and guidelines are something that we've released as part of the Hacks toolkit. So you can go and see how you can insert humans into your application. And we'll be releasing new ones for GPT-3 specifically soon.
And this is really cool because ultimately, like, all software is for people,
right?
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, your thoughts, Eric, on this?
I mean, it's just all about how you sort of teach everyone how to use this technology and really do it in a thoughtful way. And so, yeah, that's one of our core tenets is that AI is it's really great at making predictions, and we want to use those predictions to help humans make better decisions. And so ultimately, humans are always the consumer of it. And so how do we make sure that there's always that human in the loop? It's a core thing that we think a lot about.
I love it. Also, we have Jasdeep Chopra, CEO, Pantera Technologies, who's in our live audience. Hello, Jasdeep, your question, my friend.
Hey there, thanks for having me. So my question is, what will the future look like for AI and ethics?
Oh, Sarah, future of AI and ethics. We did large language models, Azure OpenAI specifically. What about the future of AI and ethics? Sarah, over to you.
Yeah, I think, the big picture is part of what we were talking to Seth about earlier, which is, of course, that we need to govern the technology responsibly, we need to develop the technology responsibly, and we need to ensure that the technology is used responsibly. Now, of course, that's a higher level framework, and there's a lot of work to do within each part of that. And so a lot of the future, I think, is making each part of those real. In the last couple of years, we've made a lot of progress on governance and how we develop the technology, but it's still early days in terms of how we empower others to use it responsibly and build on top of it. So that's, I think, a big area. Where we are focused is a lot of product implementation patterns. Like we have the idea that models need to be fair, but what does that mean in terms of GPT-3? And so we've talked about the safety system we've built there. And so for each new emerging technology, we're going to have to take those higher level principles and build that product implementation pattern.
I mean, that's cool that we're thinking about it. I mean, even in our office time that we just had,
yes,
we started out with Sarah telling us the principles, and then at the end, Minsu talked about how we actually do this.
Apply them. No, and it's really important to think about. I mean, AI is evolving so rapidly and has benefited so much from just the rapid expansion and all the work on it together. And one of the things that we have we feel an obligation as creators of this technology is to make sure the benefits accrue to everyone. And so as we think about how our AI and ethics going to go into the future, it's going to be really important to think about these models and creating them in really responsible ways and making sure that the whole world can benefit from them. And so we work a lot on that.
Yeah, this is really cool. Okay, so we've got about 3 minutes left. Top of mind for you, and then top of mind for you.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much exciting things going on, so many exciting things. And, what's top of mind as we think about it, how is this field going to continue to expand? We've seen over the last decade, the theme really has been just make the model bigger. Deep learning, make the model bigger, and vision gets better. Speech got better. For language, you had to make the models much bigger. And they're still continuing to improve as we improve the size and the scale of these models. So how do we continue that trend, and how do we push on that while also making sure we've got the hardware and the systems underneath of it to really go and deliver it? That's going to be sort of a key thing that we think about as we push the frontier forward. And then from the customer side, it's really taking these lab advances that we get from working with teams like MSR and all the great research scientists, and how do we bring those to our customers in really simple, easy to consume ways that are really going to transform businesses. I think those are the things that are most sort of top of mind for me.
Sarah, for you.
Yeah, I think building on what Eric was just saying, for me, it's thinking about that complete system. How do we take this incredibly exciting technology and really make it work in practice and robustly and fairly in every single case? And that's a full system and application design. That's not just about the model. And so building that in for every scenario, for everything that a customer wants to do is really what's exciting and top of mind for me.
That's cool. And Sarah, where does even someone start with RAI? I wish you could wheel in that TV again for us,
Yeah.
Sarah.
Exactly. I think, at the beginning, right, you have to know what you're trying to do with the technology and what are the potential benefits and what are the potential downsides. And then with that information, you've got to really think about how you're going to achieve those benefits and mitigate those risks.
Amazing.
Fortunately, we have lots of great tools to help. So Responsible AI Dashboard, that's where you should start.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah. And thank you, MVPs, for your questions. We really appreciate you. Also, Eric and Sarah, this has been awesome.
Always fun.
Love my teammates. To quickly recap what we've covered, we actually built an app. We had a Hugging Face announcement, some stuff about Meta. We had the RAI dashboard and scorecard.
And yes, don't forget to check out Breakout 13 and Breakout 21 to see our applications in action. You can find those in the session scheduler.
Fantastic. And for more AI awesomeness from Microsoft Build, be sure to check out aka.ms/Build Azure AI. Sarah and Eric, thanks again for being here with me. And one more big thank you to our MVPs for joining us from around the world. Before we go, I have to shout out to our wonderful team who helped put our video together. Sarah, Minsu, Eric, all the wonderful people, Abe. And that's our show. I'm Seth Juarez. I hope you've enjoyed Microsoft Build Into Focus on AI as much as I have. Have a great Microsoft Build. We'll see you on the flip side.
We're back, and day 2 of Microsoft Build is in full swing.
Yep, it's clear that Azure AI is opening up new opportunities across industries right now. Plus, it's always great to see Seth. He loves talking about AI.
Of course, even if he did scare some of his coworkers from the looks of it a little bit. So before we move on, we'd like to take a moment to invite you to an interview that I got to host on day 1 with F5 exec Eric Braun about the newly unveiled NGINX for Microsoft Azure. Now that NGINX is an Azure native SaaS offering, we naturally had some questions about the new load balancing solution. Learn from Eric how NGINX for Azure can help you easily deploy and operate your apps and services in the cloud, migrate from on-prem, and so much more, complete with a customer success story. Visit our feature partner showcase and save F5 to your backpack to access this conversation, plus all of the tools and resources that F5 has to offer here at Microsoft Build.
Switching gears, Seth Juarez and Mark Russinovich joined us day 1 to talk about confidential computing and our journey towards becoming the confidential cloud. Here's part 2 of their conversation about the value of container apps.
Hello and welcome back to Microsoft Build. I'm Seth Juarez, and I'm pleased to be joined by Mark Russinovich, Azure Chief Technical Officer. They still let you do that around here?
Yeah, pretty much.
Fantastic. So, what are you most excited about? Microsoft Build. Announcements, containers.
Yeah, Azure Container Apps with Dapper GA.
That is correct. You were excited about the confidential ones.
Yeah.
Yes, confidential.
That's what it was yesterday.
That was yesterday. So for those that maybe didn't watch Ignite last time and introduced Azure Container Apps with Dapper, why don't we start with the container apps?
Well,
tell us about those.
Sure. Container Apps is a serverless application platform that lets you deploy applications that consist of microservices. And it's got capabilities built into it to let you track upgrades, to do A/B testing, to do network isolation. It really makes it really painless to create an application without having to learn a lot of infrastructure and orchestration.
Here's the thing. I had to do a container thing with orchestration. I think it was Kubeflow or something, machine learning. It was actually really quite hard. So I know that we have Azure Container Apps, but me throwing up an app and having to throw up another one, how do you get the distributed programming problem to go away, which is still a problem?
Well, so built into it is something called Dapper, which loosely represents distributed application runtime. It is a managed part of container apps, meaning you don't need to deploy it yourself or upgrade it yourself. And it provides what we call a set of building blocks, where building blocks take care of certain kinds of problems that you would have to deal with writing a cloud-native application. For example, some of the building blocks include secret management, so that it'll manage your secrets for you and give them to you when you need them. It's a pub sub for doing inter-process communication, a state store for saving data, service-to-service communication, configuration management, and the list goes on and on.
So that's fantastic, and I'm hearing you, but when I'm writing a container, you know, let's just say I did a Python thing, right, and a Flask something, where is Dapper living? Do I have to like write Dapper into my code, or how does that work?
So Dapper is available as a sidecar, which exposes an HTTP or gRPC endpoint to your application. So you can just call into it directly. So any language, any framework can leverage the sidecar without having to use an SDK. Now, Dapper does have SDKs to make it easier to use from certain languages, but you don't need it. And just to give you an example of how powerful it means, for PubSub, for example, where you want to do inter-process communication, and your app you don't want to learn the SDK for event hubs, for example.
Right.
You just use Dapper's PubSub building block. You plug in the component at runtime for event hubs. You could also plug in Service Bus or RabbitMQ or Kafka without changing any of your code, and it'll leverage that as the PubSub system. And it'll do the authentication for you. It'll do retries for you. So it's like your butler, like your Dapper butler.
Interesting. So literally, that's why it has the hat.
That's right.
So it's like literally you're in your code and you're like, hey, can you go tell the other service to take care of something for me, and it will just do it.
That's right.
So I feel like I need to look at how this works. Did you bring a demo?
Yeah, I've got a little demo to show you.
All right, let's take a look at that.
All right, so here we have an application that consists of two microservices. It's a checkout microservice that gets orders and sends them to an order processor that does whatever with them and stores them in a Dapper state store. It's fully Dapperized, meaning the checkout microservice can call directly into the other one using Dapper. And here we deploy it. All it takes is 3 lines to enable Dapper there for the application.
As an AZ command.
With the Azure command line. And then you can see I've got it running here. You can see the order processors printing out orders as they come in. For every one, you can see there it's the sidecar there, the Dapper sidecar there, along with the microservice. Now, for every one of these, like I said, the front end, the checkouts sending to the order back end, you can see that visualized here because Dapper is instrumented, and you can plug in any kind of telemetry system here, including Azure App Insights, to get this instant dash without the developer having to write any code. You can see the latency between the front end and the back end. You can see all the calls to the state store as well. And you get that for free, plus you get secure service-to-service communication using TLS. And then finally, you can network isolate the app, like I've done here, so it has no public IP address, or we can move it and have a public IP address. So you get kind of best practices security capabilities built into it easily as well.
That's really cool, and that's because if you use Dapper with Azure Container Apps, you get all of this additional goodness on top of it, like seeing the things going between each other, and that's what you get.
You can get that on your own if you instrument your code, but here Dapper just did all that for you. You didn't need to worry about it.
And I think that's one of the challenges that I had when I was started doing container stuff, is I couldn't see inside. I couldn't see how these things were talking to each other, and this makes it all a lot easier.
Exactly. Just it's really kind of just lets you focus on your business logic. You can implement things like a function style app, and you can actually think of this as functions for general applications, general cloud native applications.
I see, but you own the container, basically. So I know it's what's the announcement for today at Build? At Microsoft Build.
The announcement is that we're GAing container apps plus Dapper. It also has CADA and event-driven autoscaler included in Envoy too for doing A/B testing on top of it. All of that is going GA today.
Fantastic. And are people, what's the experience been for people using this?
So people love it because like I said, lets you focus on your business logic. It really represents the future of cloud native development, where you don't have to learn about orchestrators and infrastructure. You just focus on the business logic.
Fantastic. So where can people go to find out more if they want to learn about this?
So that URL there, aka.ms/ACA-Dapper.
Well, I'm excited to learn it and maybe not spend way too much time figuring out the whole infrastructure stuff. I love the idea of it being like a serverless thing. All right, make sure you go to that link for sure. All right, that's Mark. I'm Seth, and that's Container Apps and Dapper. That's all from us. Enjoy the rest of Microsoft Build 2022.
Hello, my name is Daniel Moth, and I lead the amazing team of PMs working on Azure Machine Learning. Join us for our breakout session, Scaling Responsible MLOps with Azure Machine Learning. We will go deep into our Azure ML platform with action-packed demos. See you there.
Hi, I'm Tim Hewer, and in my session, my team will show you how to build beautiful cross-platform apps with .NET MAUI.
Hi, I'm Jessica Craig. Welcome to Microsoft Build. I'll be joined by Michael Gillett, and we'll be talking about how to deliver cloud-scale developer productivity and the future of the DORA metrics.
Coming up next, it's another Microsoft Build into focus. This time, the team is diving into low-code, no-code solutions using Microsoft Power Platform. Check out what they're doing right over in the other studio right now. We've got the cameras up and running. You're definitely going to want to stick around for that.
Let's turn now to NVIDIA, who brings us this next story from one of their customers. The Archer Daniels Midland Company, or ADM, is a nutrition leader powering many of the world's top food, beverage, health, and wellness brands. Partnering with manufacturing data platform Sight Machine, ADM has developed a new tool that uses NVIDIA GPU technology, hosted on Microsoft Azure, to organize data and speed up AI-led transformation across ADM's factory floors. Let's learn more from the ADM Principal Analytics Engineer, Isaac Humunga. Isaac, hello, welcome.
Hello, Sonia. Thanks for having me on the program.
Hey, excited you're here. Awesome. Okay, so let's get started. What challenge is ADM trying to solve, and how are Sight Machine and NVIDIA helping you in this process?
Yeah. ADM manufacturing facilities around the globe are working to transform natural products into complete portfolio of ingredients and flavors for foods and beverages, supplements, nutrition for pets and livestock, and more. In order to give us and our customers a competitive advantage, we use data to make better decisions at every part of our global supply chain, including at our manufacturing locations. Many techniques and products exist that use machine learning and AI to uncover value in our processing facilities. Some identify when to take equipment offline for maintenance prior to unscheduled downtime. Other models find opportunities to save money, reduce energy, or increase yield. In theory, these models can be ran against our entire data set, but in reality, there's a lot of contextual information and limitations that must be taken into account for every use case. A machine learning model might think it's possible to save steam in a process by reducing a temperature set point, but perhaps reducing that temperature set point would increase the likelihood of making out-of-spec product. Similarly, models need to understand what parts of a process we can change and which ones we can only react to. If a unit operation exists to process the byproduct of another process, we might not be able to speed up or slow down that line, even if an analysis of that system indicates it would be cost-effective to do so. Setting these techniques loose on a data set just results in an enormous amount of work for a subject matter expert familiar with that process to sift through the model outputs and recommendations and find the real opportunities. We need to tell these systems where the boundaries are, and to do that, we need to find data points that represent those boundaries. So, despite the countless opportunities to apply new and innovative analytics and modeling techniques, we found that all of these are at best significantly hindered, or more often, rendered ineffective unless they're given data that has at least a minimum amount of curation. With hundreds of thousands of applications, each with tens or thousands of potentially important variables, this step is paralyzing. Our challenge is getting data ready for AI by tying tags to specific equipment properties. After repeatedly demonstrating that garbage in leads to garbage out, we need to get our data organized so models give us useful information.
Hi, I'm Tim Hewer, and I'm a product manager at Microsoft on the .NET team. My team builds a lot of the tools .NET developers use in Visual Studio. Today, along with team members across Visual Studio and .NET, we are going to show you how you can build real-world native client apps with .NET, Visual Studio, GitHub, and Azure, and why this combination of tools and services provide the best experience for building applications for any device. You can build anything on .NET. We've made significant investments in .NET over the years, as well as unifying the platform to support building literally anything. From desktop apps to games to the cloud, you can build all kinds of applications with .NET. You can use one developer platform, one language, and one set of standard libraries for building anything across operating systems and devices, and your apps will perform great. With Microsoft Azure, we provide a cloud infrastructure that helps you develop these applications. We also have productivity tools with Microsoft 365, business applications with Dynamics 365, and the Power Platform to connect your employees and your business processes to your custom applications. And we have a great set of professional developer tools and services with Visual Studio and GitHub. You can code from anywhere with cloud-powered development environments, collaborate smoothly with tools that help you work as a distributed team, and securely ship from anywhere with fully integrated services and tools. No other cloud vendor offers this fully comprehensive developer experience. Developers love Visual Studio, and particularly Visual Studio 2022 that we released last November. Comparing the first 5 months since release with Visual Studio 2019, VS 2022 is on a great trajectory with over 1.6 million more downloads than Visual Studio 2019. Simply incredible. We also released .NET 6 in November, and it has become the fastest adopted version of .NET to date. We've seen this for 3 .NET releases now. The new version is adopted faster than the previous one. But to see almost double the amount of active monthly developers in the same period since release compared to .NET 5, and this is developers actually coding with .NET 6, that is just amazing. In fact, we see over 5.5 million total active .NET developers monthly in the Visual Studio family of tools. Thank you to everyone, developers and open source contributors, that have made this release such a success. As a recap, here are some of the features of .NET 6. You now have a unified set of common base libraries and SDK. So no matter what type of application you're building, you have access to the same standard libraries and developer tools. We continue to make improvements to the performance of .NET and top the Tech Empower benchmarks. Hot reload technology helps you build apps faster, and we've enabled it in the CLI and Visual Studio. We strive to make .NET easier to get started with simplification features like minimal APIs and C#10 language enhancements that help you reduce the amount of code you have to write. If you haven't already, download it and get started today. Now let's talk about modern client app development and how important it is. There are a lot of desktop and mobile devices in the world. There are over 1 billion Windows 10 and 11 devices worldwide, and over 4 billion iPhone and Android devices, and these numbers will keep on growing. Regardless of if you are a web developer or a native app developer, you want to reach the most client devices possible with great user experiences in the most efficient way possible. In order to reach all of these devices with beautiful app experiences, we built .NET Multi-Platform App UI, and I'm happy to announce its release. .NET MAUI is the most productive way to develop native apps that perform great on any device that runs Android, iOS, macOS, or Windows from a single code base. Instead of learning different stacks and languages for each device, you can use one language, one set of libraries, and one UI stack for them all. APIs are available directly from C# to access over 60 device platform features, including things like isolated storage, sensors, geolocation, camera, and more. Use one programming language, one code base, and one project system for all device targets, with support for cross-platform resources, including images, icons, splash screens, and more. .NET MAUI on Windows supports WinUI, allowing these apps to use all of the newest native features on supported versions of Windows 10 and 11. The development tools remain in preview, but will release soon. You can install the .NET MAUI workload from the Visual Studio 2022 preview channel. .NET MAUI is built on .NET 6, so that means that you get a single, unified .NET experience across workloads and project types. There is one base class library and unified type system with CLI support. It also falls under the same support policy as the other components of .NET 6. .NET MAUI under the hood uses technologies out there today for building native apps on Windows with WinUI, Mac Catalyst for macOS, and of course, iOS and Android. .NET MAUI abstracts all of those frameworks into a single framework built on .NET 6. .NET MAUI lets web developers build hybrid web apps too. Share Blazor web components directly in .NET MAUI apps while having access to native device capabilities and packaging. By using .NET MAUI and Blazor together, you can reuse one set of web UI components across mobile, desktop, and web. Visual Studio 2022 includes hot reload technology to make you much more productive building .NET MAUI apps. Type code, hit save, and see the changes right away. You can also take advantage of the latest debugging, IntelliSense, and testing features of Visual Studio to write better code faster. We built this .NET Podcast sample app that spans web, mobile, and desktop, cloud-native backends, and more. We wanted to build a realistic scenario of a consumer app. Consumer apps need to be beautiful, responsive, and full-featured no matter what device someone is using. We're going to show you how .NET 6 and MAUI enable you to do this today. You can get all the source code for this app right now on GitHub. This is the architecture diagram we'll be going through most of the pieces in our demos throughout this session. In order to have the widest reach with the best scalability, we also have implemented the backend with a microservices architecture deployed in Azure. First up, we'll begin with the mobile and desktop client apps. I'd like to have Maddie come up and show you how you can build beautiful native apps with .NET MAUI.
Thanks, Tim. Let's take a look at how you can get started right now with .NET MAUI development. So first and foremost, you want to be on the preview version of Visual Studio. And if you go to Modify or when you're installing it for the first time, either way, you are going to want to check off the .NET Multi-Platform App UI Development Workload. That's us. That's MAUI. And that has everything you need to get started with your mobile and desktop app development using .NET MAUI. So I've already gone ahead and created a new project. We could file new if we wanted to, but I'm not going to. I have this beautiful project, MAUI App 1, already up and running. And this is our template MAUI app. And it's pretty simple. So if we look at our Solution Explorer here, you can see that there are just folders for all of the platforms we target. So Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, Windows, and in this one we also have the Tizen folder if you want to target any Samsung-specific devices. And if I open the Android or iOS folders, you see that there are all the platform-specific files I need to run on that device. So you don't have to look at them. They're tucked away. They're all hidden in there. But everything you need to deploy to all 4 of those platforms is right there. If I look in this resources folder here, I've got a couple different things going on, but most importantly, I have a folder of fonts, all the fonts I have in my application, a folder of images, and a folder of raw assets, and then a styles, which we'll look at in a little bit. In my project file here, so if I right-click here and hit Edit Project File, my CS proj file, I can see all the frameworks I'm targeting are actually listed out right here in my XML code. So Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, and Windows. And then all of the metadata of my app is also set here. So my app title, MAUI App 1, very creative. My app version, all those different things are all in here. Another really cool thing about .NET MAUI's single project is that you can create shared icons and splash screens for all the different platforms very, very simply using just SVGs. So you saw in my resources folder here, I had app icon and app icon FG for foreground.svg. In my CS proj file here, I set those as my MAUI icon. So my app icon, it just says .NET, nothing fancy. My app icon foreground. And then the background color is the beautiful .NET purple. Same thing with my splash screen. And so when I go to run this app, that's what it's going to use as both my icon and my launch screen, my splash screen there. So if I go into my target framework selector, that's what we call this thing up here, you can see I can click between all these different things here. It's wonderful. And so what I'm going to do is not deploy to my Android emulator here. I'm actually going to go and do something kind of cool and deploy to this blah, blah, blah Microsoft Corporation subsystem for Android, which is the Windows subsystem for Android running locally on my Windows 11 PC. So this is a new feature. It's available for Windows 11 people, developers in the United States. And what it's going to do is actually run the Android app as if my Windows device is the Android application. And you can see I have that beautiful .NET purple launch screen with my foreground icon being that .NET logo. We're going to give it a second to launch. And then we're going to see my sample app pop up right here running locally on my Windows machine using the Windows subsystem for Android. Cool. And this is my Maui app. It's pretty simple. It just says, hello world. Welcome to .NET Multi-Platform App UI. And I can click it a few times. Pretty exciting. Got my little .NET bot here. I'm actually going to stop out of this. Let's stop debugging. Great. And let's switch this over to our Windows target framework here. So I'm just going to click Windows, let it pop up on my Windows machine and deploy. And take a look at the same app running on Windows. So this code is just XAML and C#. It's nothing fancy. We've got some labels, buttons, images, and our C# code behind has our button clicker counter, right? On button clicked. And so this is the same code that runs on all of the platforms that Maui runs on. We're going to give it a second to spin up. And it's launched on my other monitor, of course. Let's look at that. Close out of the Android one. There we go. And I'll drag this over. So it's pretty much the exact same app. There is one difference. This title bar is a little bit different. We'll compare and contrast those in a second. But it's the same app, same code, same images, all that good stuff, all using .NET Maui. Now, it's kind of a pain to demo this with the app kind of on top of Visual Studio. So what I'm going to do is hide my Diagnostic Tools window and open this new tool we have called XAML Live Preview. Drag it open so you can see it. And then fit with here. This is the same app now. This is just this app. Oh, not that one. This one. It's just this app, but it is screen mirrored basically into my Visual Studio instance so that I can see it within my single monitor and start making edits and see those edits reflected live in my running app. And of course I have to pin it. I have to not forget to do that. Drag it back out. There we go. And then I can start changing things here. So let's change this scroll view here to have a background color, right? Let's just say background equals purple, right? Doesn't look great, but you can totally see it changed right away. Didn't have to save or anything. And that is XAML Hot Reload working its magic. I can just undo all that. And let's say I wanted to find a specific part of my UI. I can use what's called the live visual tree here. Open this up. Let me just shrink this a little bit. Boop. Open my app. And when I highlight over all these different elements in the live visual tree, it actually shows me in my running Windows application where those things are, what they're encompassing, right? So it makes it really easy to debug my UI. So if I want to find out where exactly this button is in my code, I can highlight over it, it'll highlight it in my app, and then I can click these two little carrots here, click on it, it takes me to the button. So then I can go ahead and change my text around, do whatever I want, right inside my XAML. Really, really easy to get started changing and editing your UI while the app is running. Now that's just XAML. We can also change our C# code while the app is running. So let's go look at this button clicker here. Let me just fit this to height so it's a little bit clearer so we can see it. And we'll unpin this because we don't need it anymore. You can see this is a counter here. It says count plus plus. And so if I click on my running app over here, if I click it, get it up to, let's say 6, it's just incrementing by 1. So what if I wanted to change this to count plus equals 2? And then I'll hit save, and this will trigger a XAML Hot Reload. And when I go back into my app here and I click it, now it's just going up by 2. That's that. Pretty cool. So this is the Windows app. We looked at the Android app, and I'm going to pull it back up so we can compare something quickly. And I'm actually going to pull it up on my emulator here. So I pre-deployed it. I'm just going to open it. I'm not going to start debugging this one. Same launch screen that we set in code. And you can also see the icon. You know, if I pull this Windows app back into my main monitor, the icon is the same, the little .NET. And let's talk about why this title bar here is different. So .NET MAUI uses the native controls under the hood, which means that this button on the Android device here, on the Android emulator, is an Android button styled to look the exact same as this Windows button here, which is also styled. And we did that all, if I unpin my live preview and I open my Solution Explorer, in my styles.xaml file. So we actually give you in the template a really, really nice in-depth styles file that by default will make everything look the exact same on both platforms, whether it's in light or dark theme. So we styled the buttons to be purple with those pretty rounded corners, lowercase font, white text, whatever it is. We styled the labels to be those different sizes. And if I pull back up my Android emulator, you see what I'm talking about. But this navigation bar here, we actually didn't style. This is set in something called shell, which is the container of your application and handles all the navigation. So this shell is really, really basic. It's just a title that says hello world, and the platform, the native platform, does the right thing to show how a title is. So on Windows, if I switch back to live preview, it's just white with black text. On Android, it's actually using purple text. It's using the accent color of my application from the top when I drag it down here as well. And if I wanted to add tabs or flyouts or anything, I could do all of that right here in my shell file. So it's using the native controls under the hood. It's styled to look the exact same. And all of my navigation assets, everything are set in one place. This is a pretty basic application, though. Let's take a look at the podcast app that Tim talked about a little bit earlier. Pop it up here. And I actually already have this deployed to my Windows machine, so we're not going to try and debug it right now. I'm just going to turn it on here and drag it over. And so this is my .NET Podcasts app. You can click into these podcasts. I can see all the episodes of it. This .NET MAUI podcast sounds pretty cool, if you ask me. I don't know. And I've got all these different pages, settings. I can actually turn on and off dark mode, and it updates immediately as the app is running. Very cool. And this is all on Windows. But again, it's the same shared code base that I have with .NET MAUI. So I have those same platforms and everything. And what I want to do is actually run this on my iPhone here. So I have an iPhone. It's plugged into my PC. I'm signed in with an Apple developer account. I'm going to hit the debug button or F5 or whatever you want to do. I like to hit the button. Feels a little bit more tangible. And this is actually building and deploying this app into my iPhone right now without a Mac in the loop. So, as using an Apple developer account, it's a paid Apple developer account. This is for development only, not for distribution of the apps. But for developing, if you have an iPhone and you don't have a Mac right now, this is a great way to get started using .NET MAUI and testing out your apps on all the different devices, such as your physical iPhone. So while this is bundling, we're going to give it a second. It's thinking about it. I unfortunately cannot screen mirror my iPhone, so you're going to have to look at my video here, and I will show it to you in my webcam. But it says my app's been installed successfully. It's reloading it. It's going to ask me to launch it. Great. I'm going to click on it. Same launch screen, if you can see that. Very exciting. Give it a second to load. Yay! There's my podcast app. It's the same one. And I can scroll around. I know it's hard to see it. I'm sorry. I can click in to the .NET MAUI podcast, see all the different episodes there are, and scroll through those. And this is just debugging. So, of course, I have the amazing tools I'm used to, such as Hot Reload. So if I change my background color here to pink of my grid, give it a second, it reloads in my iPhone. Pretty cool, right? Hopefully that's in focus. Pretty cool. So that's 3 of the 4 platforms. Let's actually flip over. I have my Mac up and running here. Here's my MacBook. And let's take a look at the same app running on Mac Catalyst, the 4th platform that .NET MAUI targets. So this is VS or Mac 2022, rebuilt from the ground up to run on .NET 6. And I hit the debug button, and it is going to spin up the same code base, the same podcast app we just saw on Windows and on iOS, here natively on my MacBook. It's It's got the same features. I can click in my podcasts. I can go flip on dark mode, of course, using my one Maui code base. So that is really the magic of .NET Maui. One code base, all of these different operating systems and devices, Windows, Mac, Android, and iOS, all using .NET and C#. So I'll send it back to you, Tim.
Thanks, Maddie. That was great. Now let's talk about web development with Blazor. Blazor lets you write full-stack web apps with C# instead of JavaScript, and it has become very popular. It has supported two models, Blazor Server and the other, Blazor WebAssembly, which runs completely in the browser. Blazor has a shared component model across the server and the client browser. Depending on your application needs, you can choose the right model for you. With the release of .NET Maui, you can now add native capabilities to your Blazor apps. This means you can create hybrid client apps which combine web and native UI technology together in a single native client application, so you can build rich client and offline experiences. Blazor hybrid apps are built on top of .NET Maui. It relies on that UI stack for a native application container and native controls should you want to use them. Blazor hybrid apps have access to the machine. You can do things like call native APIs, access the file system, write multi-threaded applications, all with the high performance and optimal memory consumption you get with .NET. Let's hand it over to Dan Roth, who will show us some of the new features in Blazor.
Hey folks! Blazor is a client web UI framework for building rich interactive web UI using .NET and open web standards. Blazor is part of ASP.NET Core and the .NET platform, so you can build full-stack web apps with just C# and .NET, no JavaScript required. This solution contains the .NET Podcast web app, which is completely implemented with .NET and C#. Let's get it running. This is a beautiful modern web app that looks great on both small screens and big screens. This home screen is server rendered, so it's generated on the server using Razor Pages. But the podcast player, this is completely implemented using Blazor. Blazor web UI components implemented in Razor and C# that are executed from the browser using a WebAssembly-based .NET runtime. The player has a rich interactive UI. We can search for podcasts. Let's select a show. We can play an episode. Oh, we've got in-browser playback. Sounds great. I'm definitely going to want to listen to this one later. So let's go ahead and add that to our listen later list, and it shows up on the appropriate page. We can also play around with the settings. Let's turn on dark mode or light mode. And there's even this really cool listen together feature where I can listen to a podcast with a friend. Let's create a room for this podcast. I'll type in my name. And then normally I would send this code to a friend, but just to simulate that, I'm going to duplicate the tab and then add the name of my friend. Happens to be Dan as well. And now we should be able to listen to this podcast together. Let's go ahead and snap this side by side, and we can play the podcast in real time. It's synchronized, and we can send our reactions to each other using emojis. Super, super cool. So with Blazor, we've got a web UI built completely with .NET and C#, and it looks great. But sometimes building a web app isn't enough. Sometimes you need full access to the native capabilities of the underlying platform. In short, sometimes you need a native client app. If you're a web developer, building a native client app may seem a bit daunting. Fortunately, with Blazor and .NET Maui together, it's now easy. Blazor integration in .NET Maui lets you use a hybrid of web and native capabilities. Let me show you what I mean. Let's go back over to Visual Studio. .NET Maui has Blazor integration built into the framework, so you can use Blazor web UI components from your .NET Maui apps. Your Blazor components run natively in your app along with the rest of your .NET code. No WebAssembly needed, and they render to an embedded web view control. .NET web developers can get started with .NET Maui and Blazor using this provided template. This template creates a normal .NET Maui app with a Blazor web view control already set up to render your Blazor components. You can then define your components using Razor syntax. So let's go ahead and look at this Maui project. Let's go into mainpage.razor. There's the Blazor web view control. This is what we're going to use to render our Blazor components in our app. In this case, it's going to render main.razor. We're using Razor components directly from .NET Maui. Awesome, let's get this running. Now we have our Blazor components running in a native Android app. They work great. We can run on Windows too. And now we've got a native Windows desktop app running our Blazor components. Native desktop and mobile using Blazor. As much native or web as you want. You can also use existing Blazor components in .NET MAUI Blazor apps. For example, let's add a Razor class library to this project. And then in this library, I've got a simple component. It's just a div. And in order to use this component from my .NET MAUI project, I just reference the project. And now I can go into the home page, index.razor, and add the component right there. Let's just type in component 1. There we go. And now when we run the app again, we can see our existing Blazor component being used from the desktop application. We can go even further and take a whole .NET web application and turn that into a .NET MAUI app. Let's go back to the .NET Podcast web app. Let's add a .NET MAUI project to this solution. This is an existing project that I have already set up. It's already got a Blazor Web View control. And that Blazor Web View control, again, is going to render the main component. That main component is now going to render the pages from our Blazor web application, podcast.pages, the same project being used by the web app. If we now run this, we're going to run the .NET MAUI project. We can see it running on desktop. There it is. And of course, it runs on web. And now it's running in a native Android application as well. The same Blazor web UI components being used on mobile, desktop, and web. Because it's now a native client app, we can also now use native client features. For example, instead of using browser-based playback, we can use the native system audio. For example, on Android, by using the underlying platform audio playback features, hear the audio, sounds good, but we also now get like the little audio widget that shows up in our Android settings pane. We can see how this is set up in the code. Let's go back to the solution. In MAUI program.cs, if we scroll down here, we can see all of the native audio service implementations for each of the various platforms. By using Blazor with .NET MAUI, we're able to share our web UI across mobile, desktop, and web. There they all are. And then we can also use native platform features as well. Oh, look, there's Maddie calling me now. Let's see what's up. Hey, Maddie, what's going on?
Hey, Dan, hope I'm not interrupting anything, like, I don't know, your build demo, but I saw that you had added some Blazor code into my MAUI app, and I just wanted to know what you were doing there. It seems like pretty cool.
Yeah. So I saw that in the .NET MAUI app, we didn't yet have that listen together mode. So what I did is I took the Blazor components from the web app and I added them to the .NET MAUI application.
Cool. And can you, if I share my screen, will you just show me like what you did in the code to make that work?
Sure, let's take a look.
Sweet. All right. Let me just share it. Okay, cool. Here we are. Where did you add this?
So if you go to the Listen Together page, you'll see that I added a Blazor Web View control, and that's in XAML. And what that does is that will render the Listen Together Blazor Web UI components from the web application.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it's literally the same components. Like if you look at the project references, you will see that your .NET MAUI app now references the same Blazor component library that we're using in the web app.
Oh, that's awesome. And so we're using the same functionality just in native on the desktop, but also on the web, even though it's
Native
the same code
UI,
in both places.
Web UI, both together in the same application. That's right. Do you want to give it a try?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I'm going to create a room on my screen to listen together and type in my name. All right, and we'll open a room. And then I'll send you the code for the room in the chat so that you can join. Once you get the desktop app running, you can type that in.
X. H.
And I see you just showed up. There you are. Okay, and so now I'll start the podcast and we can listen together.
Great. Good podcast choice, by the way.
I know. And we can send each other emojis, some thumbs up, some hearts, share the love. Yeah, I can see yours coming my way too. So this is showing how we can take .NET MAUI and Blazor and use them together to build mobile apps, desktop apps, and web applications using as much native UI and web UI as we want.
That's awesome, Dan. Thanks.
Very welcome.
Thanks, Dan and Maddie. That was awesome. As you can see, you have choices when it comes to native and web development with .NET. It comes down to reach and power, and it's a sliding scale. Depending on your application needs, you can choose the right mix for you. Full web for the most reach, full native for the richest native experiences, or a little bit of both for hybrid. I also want to call out that many .NET ecosystem partners have controls and components available today that add functionality and provide advanced controls for your .NET MAUI and Blazor apps. We have an awesome ecosystem. Please go check them out. Now let's take a look at some of the tools that make you more productive building any app with Visual Studio 2022. Released in November, Visual Studio 2022 is the best IDE for .NET development. With support for the latest project types for cross-platform mobile and desktop apps with .NET MAUI, as you saw in Maddie's demo, and responsive web UIs with Blazor, as Dan just showed you. You can build, run, and debug .NET apps in Linux environments with WSL integration, and there are a lot of new and improved tools for working with Azure. Visual Studio helps you stay productive and collaborate with hot reload everywhere. IntelliCode, which is smart IntelliSense with whole line completions and suggestions for common code refactorings on the fly as you type. Built-in Git and GitHub integration to clone repos, manage work items and pull requests, and automatically set up CI/CD workflows to GitHub Actions with Azure. And VS 2022 is the first 64-bit version of Visual Studio, so it can take advantage of the full power of your dev box to work on projects of any size and scale. If you haven't already, go download it today. Thank you to all of the thousands of Visual Studio extensions that have supported Visual Studio all these years. We know it was a challenge to update to Visual Studio 2022 64-bit, and we're thrilled to have you continue in the developer journey as valued ecosystem partners. What's next for Visual Studio? We're excited to announce that the upcoming release of Visual Studio 2022 17.3 Preview 2 will include native support for Windows 11 on ARM64. This will be the first version of Visual Studio that will natively support building and debugging ARM64 apps on ARM-based processors. Our key goal with this preview is to introduce and stabilize the most popular ARM64 developer workloads, and to gather feedback from the community to help us prioritize additional experiences moving forward. Initially, we will support C++, .NET Framework, and .NET 6 desktop projects. You'll see support for more project types in subsequent previews. Visual Studio 2022 17.3 Preview 2 will be available in June. As for running apps natively on Windows ARM devices, we first introduced support in .NET 5. Now, .NET 6 and .NET MAUI apps are supported running on ARM. You'll also see support for ARM coming in .NET Framework, which is a component of the Windows operating system, in the upcoming version 4.8.1, and is available on the Windows Insider Preview channel. Now I'd like to hand it over to Leslie, who will show off some of the new tools in Visual Studio 2022.
So Maddie and Dan have been working on the MAUI and Blazor components of the podcast app, but I've also been putting my own finishing touches into this app as well. So let's take a look at some of the final tasks that I need to do before I ship with the help of Visual Studio. So the first thing that I need to do is create a podcast restart method. You'll notice that as I start typing, I'm already getting some support from IntelliCode to write my method quickly. So thanks, IntelliCode. And even better is, as I continue typing, it turns out I don't even have to spend time thinking about how to implement the nuts and bolts of this method, because the new AI-based coding assistant in Visual Studio can do all that work for me based off of my existing code base and thousands of open source repositories in GitHub. So once I boot up my app, everything's looking great, except no, I left the dreaded typo on the landing page of all places. So now I got to go back in Visual Studio and see if I can spot my spelling error. So I'm going to use the new code search experience to quickly locate what I'm looking for. It is now faster than ever, and it can give me instant results as I type. And once I'm on the landing page, usually this would be the point where I need to find my own spelling error through my own manual means. But now you'll notice that Visual Studio's new built-in spell checker automatically gives me that famous red squiggly that's similar to other Microsoft Office tools. So from there, all I need to do is use the light bulb and replace the misspelling with the correctly spelled word. And with the addition of hot reload on save, I just need to save my file. And as you can see, that update has automatically been changed in the landing page. So talk about a smooth workflow. So my app's looking pretty good on my desktop, but I honestly spend way more time browsing the web on my phone. So I'd love to debug and test this app on a physical phone before I actually deploy it. Well, if we zoom in on the URL, you'll notice that I'm not using the usual localhost server, and that's because I'm actually using a visualstudio.com hosted port tunneling service that allows me to access my localhost from anywhere, including my phone. So I'm going to take a picture of this QR code from an extension that I've got in order to access the URL. And bam, as you can see, I got the website on my phone. It's being port tunneled from my desktop to my phone without having to have any cables or apps installed. Pretty sweet. So this app is taking in a large list of podcast data, and I want to make sure that all of that data is being loaded up properly. So lucky for me, port tunneling lets me debug from my phone to inspect that data. So back in Visual Studio, I'm going to set a breakpoint, and I'm actually going to set a temporary breakpoint because I only want to use this breakpoint once. It's going to be one and done, and it will automatically delete once it's been hit. And from there, I can go back and refresh the page. I'm going to do it on my phone, and you'll notice that the breakpoint has been hit, and also the breakpoint itself has disappeared. So I don't even have to worry about remembering to delete it afterward. And it's those little wins like that that really add up to make my development experience so much more productive. Now, the icing on the cake here is that because I am looking at an IEnumerable list of podcast data, I can inspect it with the new view button that I can click right here. And I can get a tabular representation of all of my podcast data. It's like being able to inspect a table in Excel, and sure enough, I can even export this table to Excel to further inspect and manipulate the data to my heart's content. And those are just a few of the many awesome enhancements that Visual Studio's recently added to make our development environments more productive, customizable, and expansive. So thanks a lot, and back to you, Tim.
Thank you, Leslie. You saw Leslie show a feature we're working on called port tunneling. This is when you may want to debug a backend API from a mobile device, say, in your hand. The challenge is your mobile device isn't communicating with your local development environment running on your local machine on localhost. To help solve that problem, we're building a feature where we can enable port tunneling directly from Visual Studio. This enables developers to have public endpoint that tunnels down into their machine, giving them seamless debugging for mobile applications, Power Apps, webhooks, Blazor apps, and more. With just a couple of configuration settings, you turn it on. It's currently in private preview. Sign up and give it a try and provide feedback. You likely can't have a client application without a backend to support it. Let's drill into some of the capabilities of Azure and how we can use GitHub to help us get our code to the cloud. No matter what Azure service you use, you can be confident that .NET is supported. .NET 6 was supported on Azure the same day of its release in November last year. Azure App Service support for .NET 6 is available in all regions for both Linux and Windows. Azure Static Web Apps support full-stack .NET 6 apps with Blazor WebAssembly and Azure Functions. Azure Functions support for .NET 6 is available in Azure Functions Runtime 4.0. Both the in-process and isolated models are supported in .NET 6 Azure Functions. Going forward, you can expect .NET releases will be supported on Azure the day it's released. No matter what type of cloud app you're building, .NET and Azure have you covered. A very common pattern is, of course, N-tier. These apps are typically simpler to build, work well with smaller teams, and are deployed all at once. ASP.NET has many features to help you build beautiful, scalable web apps based on this pattern. Another common pattern is the microservices pattern. It enables rapid, frequent, and reliable delivery of large, complex, highly scalable applications. Each loosely coupled service can be independently deployed and owned by separate teams within an organization. Azure Container Apps aim to make building microservice-based applications a lot easier, and the service is now generally available. Container Apps is the only serverless container solution offering a combination of built-in HTTP-based autoscale, including scale to 0, and event-driven autoscale to run containers that may be processing messages from queues, streams, or databases. Container apps support microservice architectures built with containers using any language, framework, or runtime. and they provide a streamlined code-to-cloud pipeline using GitHub Actions. Container apps abstract away Kubernetes and let you focus on building apps instead of managing infrastructure. It lets you perform modern application lifecycle tasks such as application upgrades, traffic shifting, and versioning ready to run for teams of every skill set. Container apps are perfect for microservices built with .NET 2. Whether you're building ASP.NET Web APIs, minimal APIs, or using the worker service template for background services, container apps can run them seamlessly. You can also deploy them to container apps with Visual Studio 2022. Visual Studio is part of a larger solution that enables you to focus on apps, not infrastructure. With Visual Studio, GitHub, and Azure, you get a seamless experience from code to cloud. Using your favorite languages and platforms of your choice so you can securely code, collaborate, and deploy applications anywhere. Let's take a look at our diagram again and focus on the back end. As you can see, we're taking advantage of Azure services here, particularly Azure Container Apps for our microservices. Let me take a moment now to show you how Visual Studio and GitHub combined help you get your code to cloud quickly, with some additional new helpful capabilities in GitHub Actions as well. As we mentioned, looking at the podcast architecture, we have microservices that power different parts of the app. We want to deploy those to Azure using the new Azure Container App Service for container deployment with awesome scaling. VS 2022 helps you get your services to Azure quickly. From the podcast app here, I can choose to publish the service and see all the different options VS provides me to deploy from direct to servers, container registries, and many Azure services. The new Azure Container App Service is available for me as a deployment endpoint. This enables me to quickly push updates. Of course, our app is already on GitHub, and Visual Studio helps me create a GitHub Actions workflow for the same deployment quickly. And that's what we've done here for enabling streamlined CI/CD flow for build and deployment of our entire app. After seeing Leslie fix that spelling error, I wondered, hey, did I have any of those spelling errors? It turned out I didn't, but I was able to make my logging messages more clear inside the various server applications. However, I also put Leslie's fix in for her since she forgot to commit her work for the repo. In fact, if we come over here and take a look at the web browser, you'll see that currently we still have that spelling error up in our environment. So what I'm going to do is go back into Visual Studio, and I've got a bunch of changes already set up and ready to go. And so I'm just going to go to the Git menu, and I'm going to push these up to GitHub. Now when I do that, Visual Studio is going to get ready, and it's going to send it to GitHub. And wait a minute, notice what happened. We're using a new feature on our repo, which is a part of GitHub Advanced Security called push protection. And what's happened is that it's detected that I must have left a secret in one of my files that I committed. And I can already envision what I did. There's a couple ways I could work this out. And one way is right away with Visual Studio. We have this great feature that was added in Visual Studio 17.2. The ability for me to compare a local branch with another branch and see the differences between the two of them. So if we come over here to my tab, here we can see my repository, and I can right-click on main and select Compare Feature Update with Main. And this will show me all the different changes, like the update I made for Leslie to get rid of that spelling error. You'll note that I can look at my worker files and see the changes I've made. And sure enough, we can see that I've left a secret in my app settings file. Now there's a couple of ways to deal with this. One way is I could go up into GitHub and I could provide it with a URL that tells it whether it was a secret that's used for tests, a false positive, or something that'll get fixed later. But I know exactly what I did wrong here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to my history, and I'm going to jump over onto my feature branch here, and I'm going to right-click on this item here, and I'm going to tell it to reset and delete that change. I'm not going to even put that up there at all. And so we'll give it a second, and now I feel more confident that it's okay for me to push this up there. So let's go over here and do a git push, and hopefully this time it will not fail and it will end up in GitHub. Sure enough, this one now says it's successfully pushed. So I can come over to my web browser and I can take a look at my repo, and we see I just updated that feature branch. Now, the cool thing to understand how this works is that I'm using a feature of GitHub Advanced Security that says we want to block commits for anything that contains secrets. And so that feature is turned on. And that's how Visual Studio and other tools like Visual Studio Code can protect you from accidentally sending the secret up to a public repo or just to your team. So now I've done that. What we need to do is have my team look at my changes. And so how we normally do that with GitHub is we'll do a pull request. I went ahead and already did that. Now all of my actions have run both for the pull request and for the application. And so with the first one, let's just go take a look at our podcast app and let's do a refresh on this page. And notice right away, we get that change, and that's one of the great things about GitHub Actions and the power of the cloud. We're able to use those scalable hosted runners that will run automatically for us and then have a deploy up into Azure. If we go take a look at Azure, you can see that I'm able to link up my deployment status. Here's my resource group with all of my different resources. We can come in here and take a look at deployments, and we can see that I was able to do a bunch of deployments right now automatically. And if we come back over here to the overview, we can see, for example, there's my API container app that is running in the new Azure Container App Service. So lots of great stuff to get out of this new release of Visual Studio, both on the front end with .NET MAUI, but also on the back end with Azure Container Apps. Now, one thing I wanted to show you before we wrap up here is, GitHub Actions continues to evolve and make life better, and a couple of great things coming out of that. First, we're able to set up a CI pipeline that's dedicated for working with MAUI. And if we go look at the results of this merge pull request, we'll see that we had two jobs, one that built Android and one that built iOS, using the awesome hosted runners provided by GitHub Actions. That's pretty awesome. Additionally, we're able to output the artifacts that you see on the screen. And then finally, you'll notice we're taking advantage of a new feature that's in public beta on GitHub, which is known as job summaries for actions. What you see here is that first is all the tests pass. So we have some unit tests that we run as a part of the pipeline, and we're able to use this job summary to display that information. And what you see here for this little bit of code is another action, which knows how to parse your unit test output and display with this nice display value here. And of course, if you had failures, they would show them as well as the successful tests. Right here, we've got this Android app is ready to go, and you'll also see that the iOS test ran and the iOS app is ready. And of course, it wouldn't be a proper MAUI demo without a dreamy picture of the Hawaiian Islands. So this is really great stuff that you have available to you. You could go take a look at Actions, and of course, anytime if you want to see what's going on with it, you can go into your workflows and you can take a look at the YAML that Visual Studio helped us get started. So if we look at the MAUI YAML file, we'll see that we've got this information to handle pushes, pulls, and we're able to install .NET 6 and install the necessary MAUI workload tools. As you've seen, the combination of Visual Studio and GitHub provides not only excellent Git tooling for development, but also helps you accelerate getting to Azure quickly by setting up your CI/CD workflows, building your multi-platform .NET MAUI app, and deploying your services targeting Azure services such as Azure Container Apps. Additionally, I showed you two new capabilities of GitHub Actions. GitHub Advanced Security with push protection to help prevent unwanted secrets from getting to the repos, and Actions job summaries, enabling new ways to append job information to your workflows, such as test result visualization and more. I encourage you to enable these on your repos today and start improving your CI/CD workflow experiences. There's a ton of work happening across Visual Studio and .NET that we couldn't possibly show you all today. I want to remind everyone that we are full steam ahead building the next version of .NET in the open. .NET 7 Preview 4 is available now, and previews drop every month until we release in November. If you haven't tried the preview, I encourage you to give it a try and give us your feedback. Download .NET 7 Preview 4 and try it out today. And finally, I'm excited to announce that .NET Conf 2022 will be November 8th through the 10th, where we will launch .NET 7. Like always, this 3-day virtual event will go deep into all things you can do with .NET. We will have tons of sessions from the product teams at Microsoft as well as the community. Keep an eye out for the call for content opening soon and learn more at .NETconf.net. Save the date. Thank you for tuning in today. We saw a lot of great stuff across mobile, desktop, web, and cloud development. We hope you give Visual Studio 2022 and .NET MAUI a try. On behalf of the .NET and Visual Studio teams, thank you and have a great conference.